Chapter 2502. A profound heaven realm martial artist was nothing to Fang Chen. After a few seconds, most of the Bai family members were lying on the ground. The leader trembled as he retreated. His eyes were filled with fear. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm just a passerby." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a sharp sword blade pierced through the man's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The old man and the child were dumbfounded. "Big brother is so strong," Kang exclaimed with his eyes wide open. "Thank you for saving my life." After a long time, the old man came to his senses and thanked Fang Chen. "Can you tell me now?" Fang Chen ignored the old man and looked at Kang. Kang smiled. He had a good impression of Fang Chen. He hurriedly said, "Big brother, my grandfather and I are both from the Kang family. I'm the 9th son of the current patriarch of the Kang family, so my name is Kang Ju. This is my grandfather Butler." The Kang family was one of the 3 dominant forces in the Kungsu impasse. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. "Big brother, the people you just killed are from the Bai family. They rely on the power of the Bai clan and often bully our Kang clan. They even want to annex our Kang clan." Kang Ju's small face was filled with anger. Originally, the 3 major families formed a tripartite situation in the Kungsu impasse. But a while ago, the Ling family and the Bai family joined forces to threaten us, causing us to be in a passive position. The old man added, "This time, the Bai family and the Li family launched a large-scale attack. The patriarch knew that we couldn't stop them, so he sent me to secretly take Kang out of the Kungsu impasse. I didn't expect the Bai family to be so crazy and try to stop us. Fortunately, you helped us. Otherwise, how could I explain it to the patriarch? It was obvious that the Kang family valued this child, Kang Ju." "I see." Fang Chen had a rough understanding of what had happened. He didn't care much about the 3 families. His only goal was to find the sky-crossing array and go to the azure sky. "Does the Kang family have the sky-crossing array?" Fang Chen asked. Kang Ju didn't understand. His face was filled with confusion. The housekeeper said, "Originally, there were 2 sky-crossing formations in the Kungsu impasse. Our Kang clan had one, but it was destroyed by the Bai clan and the Ling clan not long ago. Otherwise, he didn't say the rest, but Fang Chen already knew. In that case, the other heaven-traversing formation is in the hands of the Bai clan?" The old man nodded. "That's right. Right now, the only sky-traversing formation in the Kungsu impasse is also in the hands of the Bai clan." Glancing at Fang Chen's expression, the old man asked tentatively, "Young hero, do you need the sky-crossing array?" Fang Chen nodded, not hiding anything. The old man's expression changed as he said, "The 100 clan is very ambitious to dominate the Kungsu impasse. You saved Kang this time and killed the 100 clan's people. You will definitely be hated by the 100 clan. It will be difficult for you to borrow their sky-traversing formation. Why don't you follow me back to the Kang family's headquarters and see if the family head has any ideas?" No matter what, Fang Chen was Kang Ju's savior and the old man was very grateful to him. Fang Chen pondered and nodded. The 3 of them quickly returned to the Kang family's headquarters. The Kungsu impasse was very huge. It was a vast land independent of the 33 heavens. On this land, the 3 major clans ruled. This situation had lasted for hundreds of millions of years, but not long ago, this stalemate was broken. The reason was that the Bai clan had used some unknown method to make the Ling clan willingly ally with them to fight against the Kang clan. In the Kang clan's headquarters, the 2nd master of the Bai clan led many experts to negotiate with the Kang clan. "2nd master, I wonder if the Kang clan will submit this time?" an elder asked. "Humph, I'm not afraid that the Kang clan won't submit. When we kidnap Kang Ju here, the Kang clan will know what to do." The problem now was when they could kidnap Kang Ju. "By the way, contact the people who went out and see what's going on," the 2nd master of the Bai clan said. Soon, the 2nd master of the Bai clan led many experts to the Kang clan's residence. "Old man Kang, what do you think?" the 2nd master of the Bai clan asked directly. "The Bai clan is too much," the Kang clan's patriarch said coldly with a gloomy face. "Humph, Your Kang clan has to make a choice today. The second master of the Bai clan threatened. The second master of the Ling clan also mocked, Old Man Kang, do you think that the Kungsu impasse is a tripartite situation now? If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender. At least this way, the Kang clan can still survive. Otherwise, once our two clans join forces, your Kang clan will only become a part of the history of the Kungsu impasse. The second master of the Ling clan said, oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. If I'm not wrong, Kang Ju is probably under our control now. Do you think that your plan is very secretive? What a joke. Do you think our two clans are idiots? Our clans? Finally, the Kang clan's patriarch's face turned completely gloomy. If you dare to touch a single hair of Kang my Kang clan will fight you to the death. Old Man Kang, I don't want to hear any nonsense. Now you only have two choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to resist, the second master of the Bai clan said impatiently. For a moment, the Kang clan's patriarch's face changed. It was very difficult to choose. Thinking that Kang Ju might fall into their hands, his heart was extremely heavy. Kang Ju was the hope of the Kang clan. As long as he could escape, the Kang clan would definitely rise again. But now, he looked at the second master of the Bai clan and the second master of the Ling clan with resentment. What? Can't make a choice? The second master of the Bai clan said coldly. Patriarch. Many elders of the Kang clan were filled with fighting spirit and vowed to fight to the death. However, at this moment, a voice broke the deadlock. Father. Everyone turned their heads and saw Kang Ju's figure appear in the mansion. How is it? Old Man Kang, it's too late for you to regret it now. The second master of the Bai clan thought that the people he sent out had captured Kang Ju. Behind Kang Ju were the steward and Fang Chen. The second master of the Bai clan didn't know Fang Chen and only thought that he was a member of the Ling clan. The second master of the Ling clan thought that he was a member of the Bai clan. This gave the two of them the illusion that their people had captured Kang Ju. Why did you keep an old man? The second master of the Bai clan frowned. Ju, are you okay? After the Kang clan's patriarch saw Kang Ju, his heart softened and he gave up resisting. However, a voice interrupted the second master of the Bai clan. How can the two great families of the Kungsu impasse bully an 8 or 9-year-old child? Fang Chen grinned. The sudden change stunned the Kang clan's patriarch. However, when he saw Kang Ju and the steward's expression, he seemed to understand something. The handsome man in front of him didn't seem to be from the two great families. How can the Ling clan have such an arrogant person like you? The second master of the Bai clan scolded. Just as the second master of the Ling clan was about to explain, Fang Chen spoke. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not from the Ling clan, nor am I from the Bai clan, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the second master of the Bai clan's expression changed drastically. At this moment, an elder hurriedly ran over and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, the second master of the Bai clan was furious. Brat, who are you? Why are you going against the Bai clan? Going against the Bai clan? Fang Chen shrugged and said, I only saw someone bullying a weak child, so I helped. That's all. H, it seems that the Bai clan is too kind. How dare any Tom, Dick, or Harry bully us? The second master of the Bai clan's eyes flashed with cold killing intent and said, since you dare to kill someone from the Bai clan, then you should be prepared to die. Fang Chen didn't feel fear because of this. He just looked at the second master of the Bai clan and said, I heard that the Bai clan has a sky crossing formation. I want to borrow it. There wasn't any tone of negotiation in his voice. It was an order. Ch, you want to borrow the sky crossing formation? Let's see if you have the ability. With that, the second master of the Bai clan gave the order to kill Fang Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures whizzed out and rushed towards Fang Chen. Anyone who dares to provoke the Bai clan will meet a tragic end. The second master of the Bai clan said coldly. Since you've sent them to their deaths, why should I hold back? Chapter 2503. Fang Chen wanted to discuss with the Bai family and use the sky crossing array to leave. However, The second brother of the Bai family was furious when he found out that Fang Chen had killed his men. "Kid, this is between the Bai family and the Kang family. You shouldn't have interfered." It was as if Fang Chen was just an ant in the eyes of the second brother of the Bai family. The Bai family and the Ling family attacked. Kaboom! A vast power swept through the entire mansion. Kang Ju was very worried when he saw this. He begged his father to save his savior. "It's just the Bai family and the Ling family. They can't threaten me," Fang Chen said disdainfully. The Bai family and the Ling family were even more furious when they heard this. In the blink of an eye, the first group of people had already approached Fang Chen. Kill. Many martial artists attacked together. Their auras shook the sky. Even if you are a profound Qi realm martial artist, you will definitely die. The second brother of the Bai family had never imagined that Fang Chen was a profound star realm martial artist. In the Kungsu impasse, a profound star realm martial artist was considered a dominator. In the entire Kungsu impasse, only his elder brother, the Bai family leader, was a true profound star realm martial artist. This was also the reason why the Bai family was above the other two families. "Young friend, be careful." The Kang family leader reminded him and prepared to attack. However, before he could make a move, he saw a dazzling sword light whizzing out. "What is that?" The Kang family leader's body trembled. As a profound Qi realm martial artist, he had never seen such a domineering sword Qi in all his years. "So powerful," the Kang family leader said in a low voice. Swoosh! The majestic sword Qi emitted a shocking power as it whizzed out and shot into the crowd. Wherever it passed, the space shattered. Poochie! The first martial artist who came into contact with the sword Qi was instantly split in half. After that, the sword Qi did not weaken and continued to attack. None of the martial artists from the Bai family and the Ling family could withstand the impact of the sword Qi. Profound Star Realm. He is a profound Star Realm martial artist. Seeing this, second brother of the Bai clan was completely shocked. Who would have thought that this fellow in front of him was actually in existence like his elder brother? Crack. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. When the sword light dissipated, many warriors from the Bai clan and the Ling clan had already died. Their corpses lay on the ground as blood flowed like a river. Looking at this bloody scene, everyone's pupils shrank. They looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Kang Ju's mouth was agape, and his heart was filled with shock. As for the steward, Master Kang, and the others, they were even more shocked. He knew better than anyone just how strong Kang Ju's savior was. "It's too strong. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be able to withstand that sword light, right?" The heart of the head of the Kang family was filled with joy. The heavens were protecting the Kang clan. With such a powerful cultivator taking action, what could a mere Bai clan and Ling clan amount to? How is this possible? The second son of the Ling family was in a daze. His body was trembling as he looked at Fang Chen in horror. Beside him, the second son of the Bai clan looked extremely solemn. He tried his best to calm the fear in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior, please forgive me. What did you do wrong?" Fang Chen asked calmly. "Senior, you are a powerful cultivator. I apologize on behalf of the Bai clan," the second son of the Bai clan said hurriedly. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Fang Chen could not be bothered to attack the second son of the Bai clan and scolded him. The second son of the Bai clan and the second son of the Ling clan were scared witless. "By the way, go back and tell the leader of the Bai clan that I will be borrowing the sky-crossing array in 3 days. Tell him to be prepared." They thought that there would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would resolve it so easily? "Senior, thank you for your help." After recovering from the shock, the head of the Kang clan cupped his fists and thanked him. The other warriors of the Kang clan also said, "What a joke. This was a powerful cultivator. If they could befriend him, the Kang clan would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Kungsu impasse." "Brother, you are too powerful." The child Kang Ju walked to Fang Chen's side with a smile and hugged his arm. Fang Chen also stroked Kang Ju's little head affectionately. In fact, Fang Chen did not intend to intervene in the feud between the 3 families in the Kungsu impasse. However, when he saved Kang Ju and returned to the Kang clan with him, he was surprised to find that Kang Ju had great potential. After a careful examination, he found that there was a sword principle seed buried in Kang Ju's body. This also meant that as long as Kang Ju did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a sword principle expert in the future. There were only 2 situations for the sword principle seed in Kang Ju's body. The first was that a powerful cultivator had been reborn and was nurtured based on the accumulation of his previous life. The second was that in the history of the Kang clan, there had been a peerless sword cultivator. Kang Ju had inherited the bloodline power of this sword cultivator and thus had the sword principle seed. Thinking about it carefully, the sword principle seed in Kang Ju's body should be the second situation. Fang Chen suddenly had the thought of taking him in as a disciple. However, he was not completely sure yet. Taking in a disciple needed to be considered comprehensively and carefully. He still had to test Kang Ju and ask if he wanted to be his disciple. For various reasons, Fang Chen took action and solved the crisis of the Kang clan. In his opinion, it was just a casual action, but in the eyes of the Kang clan, he was no different from a savior sent by the heavens. The Kang clan was grateful to Fang Chen and took good care of him. In an elegant courtyard, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, reading a book leisurely. This book was the history book of the Kang clan, which recorded the development of the Kang clan through the generations. As expected. After a long time, Fang Chen took a sip of tea, then closed the book in his hand and said softly. After reading the book, he was sure that the sword principle seed in Kang Ju's body came from the ancestor of the Kang clan. I didn't expect such a peerless sword cultivator to appear in the history of the Kang clan. Fang Chen sighed. He had once read the history books of the chaotic void and had a certain understanding of some powerful venerables who had left their names in history. Venerable Thousand Sword was a legendary sword cultivator venerable. He cultivated to the profound god realm with sword principle. It was said that his comprehension of sword principle had reached a super high level. Some people even said that before Venerable Thousand Sword died, he slashed open the door to the ancient god realm. Unfortunately, he was exhausted and did not become an ancient god in the end. In any case, Venerable Thousand Sword's strength had already surpassed all the experts of the same era. He was the most promising and qualified expert of that era to step into the ancient god realm. Although he died, there were still people in the later generations who remembered him. Unfortunately, the Kang family declined too quickly. Generation after generation, it had already been passed down for hundreds of generations. Now, only the upper echelons of the Kang clan knew that Venerable Thousand Sword was an ancestor of the Kang clan. Unfortunately, the Kang clan did not even have a decent sword cultivator now, so how could they have the face to mention Venerable Thousand Sword? Brother. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the Kang clan head brought Kang Ju to the courtyard. Fang Chen put down the book in his hand and smiled at Kang Ju. Senior, the Bai clan and the Ling clan are not easy to deal with. With Bai Lai's character, he will not let you off easily after you killed the members of the 2 clans in public, said the Kang clan head. It's fine. Fang Chen shrugged. The Kang clan head saw Fang Chen's indifferent expression and shook his head gently. Fang Chen was still too young and did not understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. He also did not understand the cruelty of the world. Bai Lai was also a profound star realm expert and had dominated the Kungsu impasse for many years. He had many supreme treasures in his hands. If he really went all out, it would be very terrifying. Brother, are you borrowing the sky-crossing array to leave the Kungsu impasse? Kang Ju said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. I heard that the outside world is very lively. I also want to go out and take a look, Kang Ju said with a smile. Fang Chen rubbed Kang Ju's head and said, Ju-er, the people outside are sinister. The slightest carelessness will cost you your life. You are too weak now and can't protect yourself. If you want to go out, you have to cultivate well. The Kang clan head could see that Fang Chen doted on Kang Ju. Suddenly, his heart trembled and he hurriedly said, Senior, Ju-er is the future hope of my Kang clan. His talent is also not bad. I wonder if he can be your disciple. Fang Chen raised his head and glanced at the Kang clan head. The Kang clan head was shocked and hurriedly explained, If Senior feels that it's not suitable, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, Zhu potential is indeed not bad. But the matter of becoming a disciple is not child's play. First, Zhu needs to agree. Of course, even if Zhu really agrees, he has to pass my test first. Chapter 2504. Hearing this, the head of the Kang family was secretly delighted. He had seen Fang Chen's strength with his own eyes. Although he did not fully display it, that stunning sword was enough for the Kang family to cling to him. If Kang Zhu could really become his disciple, would the Bai family and the Ling family dare to bully him? Senior is a peerless powerhouse. It's my fortune to be able to be your disciple. The head of the Kang family directly expressed his stance and pulled Kang Zhu to Fang Chen's side. Kang Zhu's small eyes turned and looked at Fang Chen. He asked, if I become your disciple, can I leave Kungsu impasse? Fang Chen shook his head. No, I've said it before. Your strength is too weak. You can't survive in the outside world, Fang Chen said. Then what can you teach me? Kang Zhu asked. I can teach you swordsmanship. The head of the Kang family was stunned. His Kang family cultivated the Thunder Dao cultivation method and did not seem to have any intersection with swordsmanship. Asking Kang Zhu to give up his original foundation and learn swordsmanship from him? Was that really okay? Really? My dream since I was a child was to be a peerless sword cultivator. When I was young, I often dreamed that there was a glowing sword in my body that guided my cultivation. But every time I woke up, it felt like a dream. Kang Zhu said with some curiosity. Fang Chen smiled knowingly. In fact, it was not a dream, but the sword Dao seed was changing Kang Zhu's body. Although Kang Zhu had never come into contact with the sword Dao seed had been imperceptibly influenced for a long time, and it had already given him a strong potential in the sword Dao. Once it was developed, it would definitely shock the 9 heavens. The head of the Kang family's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be hesitating. If I become your disciple, can I become a powerhouse like my ancestor, the 1,000-sword Venerable in the future? Kang Zhu asked. Hearing Kang Zhu's words, Fang Chen was also a little surprised. He did not expect him to know about the 1,000-sword Venerable. I've looked through many historical books, but there are very few descriptions of the 1,000-sword Venerable. But I can feel that the 1,000-sword Venerable's strength must be very strong, Kang Zhu said with a pout. Zhu, nonsense. The Kang clan master berated, our ancestor, the 1,000-sword Venerable, is a peerless expert. How can you be mentioned in the same breath as him? Fang Chen waved his hand. Patriarch, there is no need to be humble. Zhu may be weak now, but who knows what will happen in the future? Perhaps his future accomplishments will surpass Reverend Thousand's word. Plop. Kang Zhu knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Disciple Kang Zhu greets master. Fang Chen hurriedly helped Kang Zhu up and said, You and I are connected by fate, and you like the way of the sword. I've decided to take you as my disciple, but I have to test you. If you can't pass, then I'm sorry, but I can't take you as my disciple. In fact, when Fang Chen recruited disciples, character was very important. Potential was secondary. Character was the most important. The next day, Fang Chen and Kang Zhu left the Kang family's territory and came to a mountain range. This mountain range is basically filled with Chaos Heaven God level demonic beasts. You'll pass the test if you can last a day inside, Fang Chen said. I understand. After watching Kang Zhu enter the mountain range, Fang Chen grinned. In the mountain range, Kang Zhu walked carefully. Roar. Suddenly, a wild wolf discovered him and roared at him. Seeing this, Kang Zhu made a prompt decision and quickly fled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, he was not as fast as the wild wolf. In the blink of an eye, he was caught up by the wild wolf. Roar. The wild wolf was provoking Kang Zhu, but the latter did not act rashly and calmly waited for the opportunity. In the dark, Fang Chen watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you didn't lose your composure in the face of danger. Seeing that Kang Zhu was very calm, the wild wolf finally couldn't help but attack. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Kang Zhu. At the same time, it grabbed at Kang Zhu's head with its claws. A dagger appeared in Kang Zhu's hand at some point. He was calm and stared at the wild wolf without moving. Rip! In a flash, the wild wolf rushed in front of him. He lowered his head and rolled, changing his direction. The wild wolf's claws missed, but it quickly turned around and rushed at him again. This time, Kang Ju finally moved. In just a few breaths, he had found the wild wolf's weakness. Seeing the wild wolf attacking, his aura fluctuated and his defense was raised to the highest level. Rip! The wild wolf's claws scratched his arm and blood spurted out. This is it. Kang Ju endured the pain and turned the dagger in his hand. When the wild wolf was not paying attention, he stabbed it into the wild wolf's abdomen. Roar! The wild wolf let out a miserable cry. Its huge body kept twitching and its aura weakened rapidly. Kang Ju took advantage of the situation and continued. The dagger stabbed the wild wolf's abdomen several times in a row. Dong! After a while, the wild wolf's huge body fell to the ground and lost its vitality. Phew! Kang Ju panted and his forehead was full of sweat. He sat on the ground. This guy knows that he can't beat the wild wolf, so he used the trick of injuring himself. Fang Chen laughed. Moreover, it's not bad to be able to find the wild wolf's weakness in such a short time. The most important thing is. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes shone with golden light. When Kang Ju was playing with the dagger, his aura was very similar to that of a sword cultivator. That feeling was indescribable. Fang Chen had decided to take Kang Ju as his disciple. Just as Fang Chen was about to show himself, a miserable cry was suddenly heard. Kang Ju, who was sitting on the ground, immediately stood up. He looked around and determined the source of the sound, then quickly ran. Soon, Kang Ju came to an open space. At this moment, there were several wild wolves attacking a weak woman covered in blood. Damn it! Kang Ju saw this and shouted in a low voice. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Soon after, he took out his dagger and fought with a few wild wolves in a roundabout way. Poochie! The dagger ruthlessly pierced into the body of one of the wild wolves, killing it. Seeing this, the remaining wild wolves howled at the sky and finally retreated. Are you okay? Kang Ju helped the woman up and asked. The woman shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. It could be seen that the woman was seriously injured. Kang Ju helped her to the side to rest. On the towering tree, Fang Chen frowned. This woman is obviously not injured. Why did she do this? Fang Chen's vital spirit was very powerful. How could a mere woman hide from him? Ju is still too soft-hearted. On the path of martial arts, you can't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers in the end. Fang Chen sighed. However, just as he sighed, something happened. While Kang Ju was treating the injured woman, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in the injured woman's hand and she stabbed Kang Ju's back fiercely. Crack! Kang Ju didn't even turn his head. His fingers firmly clamped the dagger in an instant. Then, Kang Ju turned around with a gloomy smile on his face. Seeing this, the woman was a little confused. At first, I almost fell for your trick. But when I defeated the wild wolf, I realized that it was all your scam. I wanted to see what you were up to, Kang Ju said. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the woman's eyes. Your eyes won't lie. Only then did the woman realize that her eyes had betrayed her. Bitch, so what if you saw through me? You're still dead. The woman sneered and revealed her true nature. She stabbed the dagger at Kang Ju. Idiot. Kang Ju sneered and stood there quietly, not moving at all. Bang! Before the woman could get close to Kang Ju, she fell to the ground. When I helped you just now, I have already injected my Kang family's frost aura into your body. As long as you activate your power, your meridians will be frozen, Kang Ju said. On the towering tree, Fang Chen slapped the table and praised. He was about to remind Kang Ju, but he didn't expect his disciple to be so smart. It's not easy for an 8 or 9-year-old child to have such wisdom. Fang Chen wasn't stingy with his praise. When it's time to be kind, when it's time to be ruthless, when it's time to be ruthless. Kang Ju is better than I thought. Such a character is suitable to cultivate the sword Dao. Fang Chen was more and more convinced that choosing Kang Ju as his disciple was the right choice. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Fang Chen directly appeared. Master! Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the frozen woman on the ground and said, "Great wisdom appears to be stupidity. Ju, I'm very pleased that you can perform so well. Let's go back." Chapter 2505. Fang Chen was very satisfied with this test. Although Kang Ju was only 8 or 9 years old, he had an intellect and potential that ordinary people could not reach. When facing an opponent, no matter what choice he made, he had to hold back. When he first saw the injured woman, Kang Ju also had a benevolent heart. At that time, he really wanted to save the woman, but when he was fighting the wild wolf, he also secretly paid attention to the woman. Through the woman's eyes, he found that there was something special about her. Then, he paid more attention to her. In the end, he saw through the woman's plan. On the second day after returning to the Kang family mansion, the formal apprenticeship ceremony was held. In the chaotic void, many experts valued the apprenticeship ceremony, but for Fang Chen, it was not so important. In the meeting hall, he sat at the top with a smile on his face. Kang Ju knelt on the ground, kowtowed to him, and at the same time served him tea. Fang Chen took the teacup, took a sip, and laughed. Good, good, good. Disciple Kang Ju pays his respects to master. When the Kang family saw this, they were full of joy. If an expert like Fang Chen could become the backing of the Kang family, the rise of the Kang family would be just around the corner. Ju, you are now my disciple, so you have to follow the rules of the sect. Fang Chen simply explained the rules of the sect to Kang Ju. Kang Ju nodded heavily. Don't worry, master, I will keep it in mind. Fang Chen helped Kang Ju up, and with a thought, he took out a broken sword from the sword tomb. This is a gift for you, feel it well. The Kang family was a little puzzled. Why did he give him a broken sword? Only Kang Ju was ecstatic when he took the broken sword. The sword Dao seed hidden in his body was really awakened at this moment. Rumble. A deafening sound came from his body, and a violent sword Dao aura swept through the entire meeting hall. The Kang family was shocked and dumbfounded. Only then did they know that the broken sword was a supreme treasure. Holding the broken sword, Kang Ju could feel that the sword Dao comprehension in the broken sword was resonating with the sword Dao seed in his body. I see. The mystery of the dream that had troubled him for a long time was finally solved. Kang Ju was very excited. At the same time, he was very grateful to his master. He finally understood why his master had asked him if he was willing to practice the sword. It turned out that master had long seen through the sword Dao seed in his body. Information about the sword path seed appeared in Kang Ju's mind and he quickly understood it. Thank you, master. Kang Ju cupped his fists. Fang Chen flicked his finger and a ray of light entered Kang Ju's mind. When you fully comprehend the sword Dao in this broken sword, you can cultivate the sword Dao I left for you, said Fang Chen. What Fang Chen left behind for Kang Ju was the comprehension method of the Azura sword Dao and the Azura sword arts. With Kang Ju's potential in the sword Dao and his guidance, it wouldn't take long for Kang Ju to reach the beginner level. He gave Kang Ju a lot of cultivation resources, as well as many treasures that sword cultivators needed. In short, in just one day, Fang Chen had completely armed Kang Ju. Even though Kang Ju was only a heaven-opening realm pure heaven god, his battle prowess was at least on par with earth-opening realm cultivators. Moreover, now that the sword path seed had awakened, Kang Ju was confident that he could step into earth-opening realm soon. You should cultivate well in Kang Ju. I've left a mark here, so the Ling family and Bai family won't dare to invade. In the courtyard, Fang Chen said sincerely. He had just accepted a disciple and was about to leave. Master, are you leaving? Can you take me with you? Kang Ju asked reluctantly. Fang Chen shook his head. The outside world was too dangerous, and he had offended too many forces. The dark blood race and monster race of the 5 great clans wanted to kill him, and there was also the Sky Pillar Zong family. There was no place for him in the vast primal chaos void. I'm leaving to do something very dangerous. If you follow me, you'll only lose your life. Fang Chen said, cultivate well here. When you reach the profound God realm, You can leave the Kungsu impasse and train in the outside world. However, remember, don't expose our relationship at that time. Although Kang Ju didn't know why his master reminded him, he still nodded. Don't worry, master. Ju will cultivate hard and increase my strength as soon as possible to help master. Kang Ju clenched his fists. The third day, which was also the agreed date, Fang Chen arrived at the Bai family's territory as promised. The headquarters of the Bai family was located in the center of the Kungsu impasse. The scenery here was beautiful, and it was a fertile land. It could be seen that the Bai family was very influential in the Kungsu impasse. In the meeting hall of the Bai family's residence, Patriarch Bai Lai, do you know where that kid came from? The person who spoke was the Ling family's patriarch. Sitting at the head of the table was an old man with a big beard. He had a hooked nose and scarlet eyes. According to the second brother's guess, that person should be a profound star realm cultivator. However, our Kungsu impasse is a barbarian land, far away from the center of the primal chaos void. No experts have ever come here before. What is he trying to do? Bai Lai muttered to himself. Big brother, that guy seems to want to use our sky crossing formation to leave. Could he be from? The second brother of the Bai family stopped mid-sentence. You mean? Hearing this, Bai Lai frowned and said, Dark Cave Mountain? Everyone in the Kungsu impasse knew about the legend of Dark Cave Mountain. Everyone panicked when they heard the two words Immortal Cave Mountain. Don't panic. Bai Lai waved his hand and said, Dark Cave Mountain is too dangerous. A mere profound star realm cultivator entering is simply courting death. If I'm not wrong, that guy should be lucky to come out alive. However, even so, he should be seriously injured. It was already a miracle that he could come out alive from Dark Cave Mountain. It was impossible for him not to be injured. Bai Lai guessed Fang Chen's identity from the clues, and this made him even more confident. I don't care who you are. If you want to dominate our Kungsu impasse, dream on. Big brother, what should we do? Should we lend him the sky crossing formation? The second brother of the Bai family asked. Are you stupid? Bai Lai said, the energy required to open the sky crossing formation is too great. It's enough to kill countless young people. Although our Bai family is strong and prosperous, there are already signs of decline. We can't open it easily. What if that guy opens it? If he wants to do something, then he won't be able to leave. Bai Lai grinned. Thinking about it, if he could come out alive from Dark Cave Mountain, there must be countless treasures in his Sumeru ring. Thinking of this, Bai Lai's eyes shone with a fiery light. After a while, the Ling family decided to stand together with the Bai family. Ha ha ha, that's right. Bai Lai waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, Ling family head. After this matter is dealt with, I will personally lead an army to destroy the Kang family. At that time, the entire Kungsu impasse will be ours. Thank you for your kindness. The Ling family head cupped his fists. In the sky above the Bai family residence, Fang Chen stood on a cloud and looked down. He heard the conversation between Bai Lai and the others clearly. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he revealed himself. Buzz. A violent force swept through the entire city. Suddenly, the people below felt an extreme pressure. Who is it? Bai Lai roared and rushed out of the meeting hall. The second brother of the Bai family and the others followed out with some fear in their hearts. In the sky, the two sides faced each other. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Bai Lai's scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chen. Big brother, it's him. He killed so many of our brothers. The second brother of the Bai family reminded. Hearing this, Bai Lai's killing intent was faintly visible. Kid, who are you? Bai Lai asked. Is this important? Fang Chen spread out his hands and said, I didn't want to have a conflict with your Bai family. I just wanted to use the sky crossing formation to leave, that's all. However, not only did your Bai family not lend it to me, but you also want to deal with me. Do you really think that you can dominate the Kungsu impasse just because you're in the Shen Star realm? Kid, let me tell you, as long as I'm here, don't even think about it. Bai Lai said coldly. Fang Chen took a step forward and a violent force approached Bai Lai. Since your Bai family is not willing to lend me the sky crossing formation, then I will kill until your Bai family agrees. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a surging sword light shot towards Bai Lai. Chapter 2506. Bang! Bai Lai punched the sword light away, causing it to change direction and shoot behind him. Crack! The second brother of the Bai clan held his neck with both hands as blood flowed out. His eyes widened as he fell to the ground. Second brother, Bai Lai shouted. Sky crossing array. After killing the second brother of the Bai clan with a single finger, Fang Chen was still calm. However, Bai Lai was completely enraged. Killing his second brother in front of him was a blatant slap to his face. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Lai clenched his fists as lightning flashed around his body. He raised his fists and slammed them together. Suddenly, the sound of an intense collision pierced through the 9 heavens. Bai Lai was enraged. At this moment, he displayed the aura of the strongest person in the Kungsu impasse. You want to die. When his aura had accumulated to a sufficient level, Bai Lai roared as he took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his finger and did not even look at Bai Lai. Being humiliated like this, Bai Lai was enraged. He roared in his heart as his iron fists smashed onto Fang Chen's body. Dong! The sound of vibrations could be heard as Bai Lai's fists hit the black vibrantly golden armor. Crack! A crisp sound could be heard from the black vibrantly golden armor. Then, a violent force blocked Bai Lai's fists from moving forward. At the same time, Fang Chen's 1,000-sword body was fully released. When Bai Lai realized that his fists could not move forward, he panicked. He wanted to pull his fists out, but he could not do it. This scene caused the crowd to misunderstand. Chumph, an outsider dares to challenge our Bai clan. Bai Lai's iron fists have already intimidated that guy. He doesn't even dare to move. Although Bai Lai's fists did not send that brat flying, he has already suffered internal injuries. His internal organs are damaged and there is no hope for him to live. This is the consequence of going against our Bai clan. Some of the younger disciples of the Bai clan shouted excitedly and at the same time, they were humiliating Fang Chen. All of this was so jarring to Bailey's ears. Damn it! Beads of sweat appeared on Bai Lai's forehead. He tried his best to pull out his fist. However, no matter how hard he struggled, Fang Chen just looked at him with a smile. How is this possible? Bai Lai roared in his heart. He finally understood that the latter was also a mysterious Star Realm martial artist. However, at the same cultivation level, he actually couldn't even break through the latter's defense. This was an inconceivable thing. After a few breaths, some of the elders of the Bai clan caught some details. Hey! Why are there beads of sweat on the forehead of Patriarch Bai Lai? What are they doing? Why aren't you moving? Could it be that Patriarch Bai Lai is absorbing the energy in this brat's body? At this moment, Bai Lai's body was clearly swaying. Furthermore, his complexion was pale and his forehead was covered with sweat. It was obvious at a glance that his mental state was not very good. However, even at this point, the people of the Bai clan were still praising Bai Lai. Hearing this, Fang Chen gently shook his head, his face full of a mocking smile. Bang! With a thought, Fang Chen activated the black vibrantly golden armor and the 1,000-sword domain instantly restrained Bai Lai. The powerful force of the 1,000-sword body slammed into Bai Lai's body. Dong! Bai Lai's body flew out like a kite and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Whoosh! Everyone in the residence exclaimed. Then, their eyes widened as they stared at Bai Lai. They kept shaking their heads in disbelief. The number 1 elite of the Kungsu impasse had been defeated so easily. It was too unbelievable. As for the Ling family patriarch, his body trembled and he staggered. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at a demon. Demon, he is a demon. Even Patriarch Bai Lai is no match for him. Who in the Kungsu impasse can defeat him? Does the heavens want our Bai clan to perish? In the Bai clan residence, there were cries and howls. A sorrowful atmosphere engulfed the entire place. Bai Lai struggled to get up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Fang Chen with fear. My Bai clan was in the wrong. I, Bai Lai, apologized to Senior in the name of the Bai clan. Bai Lai actually gave in. Senior, if you want to use the sky crossing array, please do so. My Bai clan will support you. You don't object? Fang Chen asked mockingly. Bai Lai immediately shook his head. What kind of joke was this? He was the number one elite of the Kungsu impasse, but he couldn't even break through Lin Fan's defense. Lin Fan was as strong as a mystic light realm cultivator. If he continued, the entire Bai clan would die with Lin Fan. Bai Lai knew his place. He apologized to the Bai clan and hoped that Fang Chen would let the Bai clan off. Then go and prepare the energy crystals, Fang Chen said faintly. Yes, Senior. I will go and prepare them now. Very quickly, the energy crystals were prepared under Bai Lai's lead. The sky crossing array consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. Fang Chen was going to the faraway azure sky, so it would consume even more energy. Even the Bai clan felt the pinch. However, when they thought about how terrifying Fang Chen was, these energy crystals were nothing. Senior, the sky crossing array is ready, Bai Lai said carefully. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into the sky traversing formation. Rumble. The sky crossing array was activated, and the giant energy crystals instantly evaporated. A terrifying energy enveloped the array. After watching Fang Chen leave, Bai Lai's body suddenly shook and he nodded heavily. Hua! The sky crossing array closed, and everyone from the Bai clan heaved a sigh of relief. Family head Bai Lai, then. The Ling clan head came over and asked with a smile. He thought that Bai Lai wouldn't let him off after being humiliated like this. However, what he got in response was a slap from Bai Lai. Pa! The slap landed on the Ling clan head's face, and a red handprint appeared. The Ling clan head's expression changed, and he suppressed his anger. From now on, no one is allowed to have any ideas about the Kang clan, or else they will be going against me, Bai Lai said in a deep voice. In fact, before Fang Chen left, he had sent a message to Bai Lai, telling him that Kang Ju was his disciple. That was why Bai Lai made such a decision. With Bai Lai's prestige in the Kungsu impasse, no one dared to go against his orders. At least the Kang clan wouldn't be suppressed and could develop quickly. Rip! The sky crossing array tore the sky apart. No one knew how much time had passed. Finally, after a long and dark journey, they reached their stop. Dawn. Fang Chen felt that his body was falling at a rapid speed. When a ray of light shone on his face, he suddenly opened his eyes. Hua! The sky crossing array opened, and he walked out. What entered his eyes was the bustling streets and rich origin energy. Azure sky? A look of joy appeared on Fang Chen's face. He had finally arrived at Azure sky. The Kungsu impasse was just a small interlude in his life. With Bai Lai's deterrence, he should be able to intimidate those who have ill intentions towards the Kang clan, Fang Chen said to himself. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Bai Lai betraying him. He had left a mark on Kang Ju's body. If Bai Lai dared to have any ideas about Kang Ju, he would pay a price he couldn't bear. The trip to the Kungsu impasse had come to an end for the time being. The news that Kang Ju was his disciple was still unknown to the outside world, so no one would disturb them for the time being. Kang Ju had enough time to cultivate diligently. What he needed to do now was to seek help from the Xiu clan in Azure Sky and rescue his wife. Where is this place? Fang Chen asked. Soon, he found out. This city was called Returning Sky City, a small border city at the edge of Azure Sky. The Xiu clan was located in the center of Azure Sky. If he wanted to see Venerable He Kai, he would have to go to the Xiu clan's headquarters. Let's find out more about the Xiu clan before making a decision, Fang Chen said to himself. On a mountain outside Returning Sky City. Woof woof woof. A large black dog with a bone in its mouth stood on top of the mountain and looked down. Huitian City Lord actually dared to betray the Xiu clan? Truly courting death. Huitian City was under the jurisdiction of Venerable Black Red. Since something like this had happened, Big Black Dog naturally had to clean up the mess. I'll take your head as a warning to others. The Big Black Dog spat out the bone, its eyes as big as gongs emitting a strong killing intent. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2507. In a restaurant, Fang Chen sat near the window, digesting the information he had gathered while pondering. Huitian City is a subsidiary city of the Xiu family. Why are there rumors that the city lord has betrayed the Xiu family? Fang Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Huitian city lord would not dare to betray such a huge family like the Xiu family. Something's wrong. There must be something fishy about this. Fang Chen frowned and stared at the bustling street. Suddenly, a black light flashed and disappeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen stood up and used the space-time collapse technique, disappearing from the restaurant. What a familiar aura. In that black light, Fang Chen felt a very familiar aura. He could feel that the black light seemed to be fleeing, and that someone was chasing after it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the black light escaped from Huitian City. At this time, Fang Chen finally saw its true appearance. That's it. Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that the big black dog under Venerable Black-Red? Why is he in such a sorry state? Beast, where are you running to? Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, a furious roar rang out. Then, a fierce and domineering saber light cut through the sky and slashed at the big black dog. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog opened its bloody mouth and endured the pain on its body to block the attack of the saber light. Its huge body flew out and smashed on the ground. The saber light dissipated, and a figure walked out. Huitian City Lord, how dare you betray the Xiu family? The big black dog spoke in human language and said angrily. Fang Chen had been hiding in the void, watching all this. Is this the Huitian City Lord? Sure enough, there's something wrong. Fang Chen did not act rashly. Instead, he paid close attention and was ready to take action at any time. The returning Sky City Lord gripped his scimitar, a sinister glint in his eyes. He walked step by step towards the big black dog and said, I've worked hard for so many years and made great contributions to the Xiu clan, but in the end, I didn't get anything. Speaking up to here, the returning Sky City Lord's face turned ferocious as he angrily said, what they can give me, your Xiu clan can't. The Xiu clan's people are so full of themselves that they have never treated me as a human being. I've had enough of this kind of life. You're courting death, the big black dog said. Even if we die, you'll die first. Just as he finished speaking, the returning Sky City Lord's wrist shook, and the curved blade spun, whistling through the air. The big black dog cursed inwardly. Its huge body fled for its life. Poochie. The terrifying saber light shot out from the scimitar sealed off his escape route. With a bang, the big black dog hit the blade and bounced back. You can't escape. The Huitian City Lord sneered. Everything was under his control. The big black dog was at most equivalent to a human mystic star realm cultivator, while the returning Sky City Lord had already touched the threshold of the mystic light realm. The big black dog roared, but there was nothing it could do. Die! The returning Sky City Lord waved his hand, and the scimitar pierced towards the big black dog with berserk energy. The latter felt despair. This was the first time it felt so close to death. Master, I've let you down. I couldn't even do such a simple thing, the big black dog said sorrowfully. At the crucial moment, Fang Chen appeared. Bang! He sent the scimitar flying with a punch, saving the big black dog. It's you. The big black dog, who had been in despair, became excited when it saw Fang Chen suddenly appear. As for the returning Sky City Lord, his face was gloomy as he stared at Fang Chen. Who are you? The returning Sky City Lord asked coldly. Brother Dog is my good friend. If you touch him, you're touching me, Fang Chen said. At least you still have some conscience. Hearing this, the big black dog felt warmth in its heart, but it warned, the returning Sky City Lord is very strong. He has one foot in the mystic light realm. Be careful. Many prodigies returned to Dark Cave Mountain one after another. Venerable Hei Kai had also been there, but he didn't find any trace of Fang Chen. He didn't expect him to appear here. Then you can go and die too. The returning Sky City Lord opened his palm, and the scimitar returned to his hand. Be careful. The big black dog warned. Brother dog, aren't you too weak? How can such a weak person force you into such a sorry state? Fang Chen joked. Mph, don't make sarcastic remarks, the big black dog said. After 3 days, I have to look at you with new eyes. During these years in Dark Cave Mountain, my strength has also increased. Brother dog, watch carefully. Fang Chen's casual conversation with the big black dog made the returning Sky City Lord even angrier. You're courting death. The returning Sky City Lord's body turned into a streak of white light, and the scimitar in his hand carried unparalleled power. Wang. Fang Chen released the aura of the Mystic Star Realm, which shocked the big black dog. You've broken through to the Mystic Star Realm? The big black dog was shocked. Back at the Wave Lake, Lin Fan was only a Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator. It didn't expect him to step into the Mystic Star Realm in the blink of an eye. This means that with your talent, you do have the strength to fight against the returning Sky City Lord. The big black dog nodded its head and commented like a human. It's useless. Seeing that Fang Chen wanted to block, the returning Sky City Lord sneered. Returning Sky City Lord, I wonder if you can block my sword. Fang Chen grinned, took out the hidden star sword, and used the 13th move of the Shura sword art. Xiu. An unimaginable sword light flashed in front of the Huitian City Lord like a thunderbolt. Clang. The scimitar was knocked down, and the returning Sky City Lord quickly retreated, his face full of fear. How is this possible? The returning Sky City Lord cried out. However, it was already too late. The sword light had quietly arrived, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. In the end, under Fang Chen's control, the sword light pierced through the returning Sky City Lord's head and killed him. Catcher. When the returning Sky City Lord's corpse fell down, the big black dog was stunned. Its eyes were as big as gongs, staring at the returning Sky City Lord. He couldn't believe it. You're too strong, aren't you? The big black dog shook its huge head and exclaimed, my 3 stages are all messed up. Fang Chen's forehead was full of black lines. Even a dog has 3 stages. However, he didn't say this sentence out loud. The big black dog transformed into its human form, walked to Fang Chen's side, and punched him on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. You must have gotten a lot of good things in Dark Cave Mountain, right? Not bad, Fang Chen said. By the way, what's going on? Master got the news that the returning Sky City Lord betrayed the Xiu family, so he sent me to kill him. Who would have thought that the returning Sky City Lord hid his strength? Fortunately, you appeared, otherwise I would have died. Venerable Black Red also knows? Fang Chen asked. The big black dog nodded. This matter is a bit strange. There must be someone behind the returning Sky City Lord, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to betray the Xiu family. I have to report this matter as soon as possible. After saying that, the big black dog pulled Fang Chen back to the Xiu family's headquarters. A light flashed in Fang Chen's mind, and he immediately said, Brother dog, I killed the returning Sky City Lord. Can I inherit his position? The big black dog looked at Fang Chen in confusion. You're already so strong. Do you still care about the position of the City Lord? Fang Chen shook his head. He had other intentions. Seeing this, the big black dog said, Of course you can. If you want, I'll take you back to announce it. In just a day, the returning Sky City changed hands. After the news of Fang Chen becoming the City Lord spread out, it caused a great commotion. The big black dog emphasized that the returning Sky City had been stabilized, and there wouldn't be any chaos. Only then did the situation stabilize. After that, he left Fang Chen alone to guard the returning Sky City while he went back to report. Returning Sky City, City Lord's Mansion. If you want to get the Xiu family's support, you need to have enough capital. Fang Chen said. His capital was nothing more than strong potential. He originally planned to go directly to Venerable Black Red, but the death of the City Lord changed his mind. He inherited the position of the City Lord because he wanted to bring the merit points to the Xiu family for help. I'm afraid that Venerable Black Red alone won't be able to persuade the Xiu family to help. Fang Chen murmured. Therefore, he needed to work harder. According to his understanding of the layout of the Azure Sky, the Xiu family was the absolute overlord. There were a total of 180 cities in the vast azure sky. Every 10 cities formed a territory, so there were 10 major territories. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2508. There were 5 marquises in the 10 territories. The 5 marquises had the same status as Venerable Heikai. They had absolute authority in the Shou family. Most of the city lords of the 180 cities are at the mystic star realm. The commanders of the 10 territories are at the mystic light realm, Fang Chen muttered to himself. With my current strength, it's easy for me to challenge the commanders. However, it'll be difficult to become one of the 5 marquises. The 5 marquises were at the mystic god realm. Fang Chen couldn't compare to them. I heard that the 10 marquises have some authority in the Shou family. If I can get Venerable Heikai's full support, I might be able to succeed. It would be difficult for him to save his wife, Star, and Moon. Therefore, he had to do everything he could. On the second day after the big black dog returned, Fang Chen was attacked by an assassination attempt. He was cultivating in the garden when the space around him suddenly became chaotic and a black figure appeared. Then, a dagger that could disturb one's Yuan soul stabbed at him. Crack. Luckily, his physical body was strong enough to block the attack. Then, Fang Chen launched a counterattack. Whoosh. He used the 13th move of the Shura sword art and hit the attacker. However, after struggling for a moment, the assailant managed to escape. You want to leave? Fang Chen sneered and used the 14th move of the Shura sword art. He pierced the attacker's head through the air. On the third day, Venerable Heikai and the big black dog arrived. Fang Chen. Venerable Heikai felt very close to Fang Chen when he saw him. After all, Fang Chen was the only successor of his best friend, Venerable Demonic Sword. Greetings, Venerable Heikai, Fang Chen said as he cupped his fists. I went to the Ripple Lake too. I didn't see you, so I came back, Venerable Heikai said. Fang Chen told Venerable Heikai about his experience in the Dark Cave Mountain. Venerable Heikai nodded. You did the right thing. You offended too many people in the Dark Cave Mountain. If you weren't careful, your life would have been in danger, Venerable Heikai said. You have the same demeanor as Brother Go back then. Even the body of the Holy Son of the Dark Kindred was destroyed by you and he almost lost his life in Cave Wu Mountain. There was also the son of Sirius of the Werewolf tribe, the rogue cultivator Haifeng, and Zhong Xiangshan of the Sky Pillar Zhong family. You killed all the geniuses in the top 10 of the profound ranking. The big black dog sighed. When he first heard the news, he couldn't believe it. Now, after witnessing Fang Chen's battle prowess with his own eyes, he was incomparably shocked. The Dark Blood race hasn't made any moves for the time being. It's said that the Son of Darkness is undergoing a baptism to reconstruct his strongest body. Venerable Black Red said, but the Dark Vampires won't let the Sword of Darkness go. They'll attack as soon as there's any movement. As for the werewolves, it is said that the 5th wolf god has personally set out to search for you. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Had the 5th wolf god finally lost his patience? That was a genuine abstruse god realm venerable like Venerable Black Red. But don't worry, the 5th wolf god won't dare to come to the azure sky. As long as you don't leave, nothing will happen, Venerable Black Red comforted. After chatting with Venerable Black Red for a long time, he learned about some major events that had happened in the chaotic void recently. In the end, Fang Chen returned to the main topic. Senior Black Red, actually, I came to the azure sky this time to ask for a favor. Fang Chen pondered and said. There's no need to be so polite between you and me. Just say it. Venerable Black Red had already regarded Fang Chen as his junior. Previously, when I was in the Void Star Sky, I destroyed a branch of the Sky Pillar Zhong family and they hated me. When I left the Void Star Sky, the Sky Pillar Zhong family attacked the Void Star Sky and destroyed the Wuji Sword sect. They took away my wife and some other outstanding disciples. They're trapped in the Sky Pillar Zhong family. Although their lives aren't in danger, I'm very anxious. I want to save them, but I can't do it alone. Fang Chen explained briefly. Let alone you, even I would find it difficult to get them from the Sky Pillar Zhong family, Venerable Black Red said. Soon, Venerable Black Red understood Fang Chen's intention. You want to use this method to get help from the Xiu family? Fang Chen nodded silently. Venerable Black Red said, unless you can become one of the 5 vassals, it won't be of much use. The 5 vassals represented the 5 profound God realm experts. But it's obviously impossible with your strength. Venerable Black Red said, of course, if you can get help from more than 3 profound God realm venerables, it'll be much easier. If 3 or more profound God realm venerables work together to threaten the Sky Pillar Zong family, I think the Sky Pillar Zong family won't fall out with them because of a few cultivators. Venerable Black Red said, I'm talking about the top profound God realm venerables. Ordinary profound God realm venerables weren't much of a threat to the Sky Pillar Zong family. But the top venerables were different. For example, Venerable Soldier Wu could suppress a heavenly region by himself, and it was one of the 10 super heavenly regions, the Star Sky. How about this? You become one of the 10 great commanders first, and then I'll help you think of a way. Venerable Black Red sincerely wanted to help Fang Chen. I'll go take care of things in the Sky City. You should prepare. The battle of the 10 great commanders will begin in 3 months, and you can challenge the other commanders. With that, Venerable Black Red and the big black dog left. Fang Chen clenched his fists. Wait for me. It won't be long before I can save you. The demon ceiling tower flashed, and Bai Qingqing walked out. Qingqing. Bai Qingqing's pretty face had a trace of worry. She shook her head and said, I want to go back to the suicide cliff. Fang Chen was puzzled. Bai Qingqing continued, I heard your conversation with Venerable Black Red. If you want to save your wife, you'll need at least 3 top profound God realm venerables. My master happens to be a top-notch venerable one. I'll go ask my master for help. Blackstone was a top venerable. He was very powerful, and his name shook the chaos void. He had left a trace of imprint on Bai Qingqing, but Zhong Xiangshan was in the immortal cave mountain. There were thousands of words in his heart, but he couldn't say them. Don't worry, my master will definitely help. Bai Qingqing left. With the help of the big black dog, the latter took the sky crossing array and headed to Mo Shotian. Then, she contacted her master with a secret technique and quickly returned to the suicide cliff. The suicide cliff was located between the dawn moon sky and Mo Shotian. On the towering suicide cliff, a black-robed old man was sitting cross-legged on a bluestone. Beside him, Bai Qingqing pulled his arm and acted coquettishly. My precious disciple, where's that guy from Zhong Xiangshan? Blackstone asked. When my imprint was destroyed, I rushed to Tianqing Zhong family in a fit of anger and caused a ruckus before stopping. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing's heart felt warm. For her master actually rushed to Tianqing Zhong family to cause a ruckus. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, my master would definitely overturn Tianqing Zhong family. Blackstone said, by the way, who saved you in the end? Bai Qingqing told old freak He Shi about how Fang Chen had saved her. Hey, this guy you're talking about is not bad. He's so young, but he's so powerful. He killed Zhong Xiangshan with one sword? Ha ha ha, well done. Blackstone laughed. He was in a good mood. Master, Bai Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. Qingqing, do you have something on your mind? You're not happy when you come back this time. Could it be that you suffered some humiliation in the outside world? Tell me and let me vent your anger for you. Blackstone looked at his disciple lovingly. The person who saved me is the person I mentioned to Master before. Upon hearing this, Blackstone was slightly surprised. It's him. I didn't expect him to go to Dark Cave Mountain as well, and his strength to rise to such a level. Blackstone nodded in satisfaction. You've always been thinking about it. Isn't that great? At the critical moment, he saved the damsel in distress. Shouldn't you be happy? His family was taken away by the Tianqing Zhong family. Tianqing Zhong family? Just because of Zhong Xiangshan, you used such despicable methods? No matter how great the hatred between the top experts of the primal chaos void was, they would not use such a method. Blackstone said disdainfully. You mean you want me to help him save his family? Blackstone asked. Qingqing, you still don't understand the Tianqing ancestral family. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2509. The 10 Great Commanders had a very high status in Azure Sky. They were equivalent to the Shou clan's high consecrators. Only by becoming one of the 10 Great Commanders would one be qualified to compete for the position of Marquis of the Five Directions. Although the Shou clan was the dominant power in Azure Sky and ranked among the top 10 in the Chaos Void, the Shou clan was still in control. However, the Marquis of the Five Directions and their subordinates were the ones who controlled the cities and waged war against the outside world. In principle, anyone from Azure Sky could compete for the position of Marquis of the Five Directions and 10 Great Commanders. This also happened to confirm the Shou clan's policy of governing Azure Sky, delegating power, providing benefits, and firmly binding them to the Shou clan. In this way, the Shou clan would not only continue to be the dominant power, but would also be able to endure for a long time. In less than 3 days, Venerable Black Red returned to Returning Heaven's City. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Fang Chen found out that the betrayal of Returning Heaven's City's lord was indeed supported by a major power. As for which power it was still unknown. However, the death of Returning Heaven's City's lord had completely disrupted their plans. For the time being, those hidden powers would not dare to cause trouble in Returning Heaven's City. Could it be a power from another heaven? Fang Chen asked. Venerable Black Red shook his head in contemplation. The Shou clan has been ruling Azure Sky all these years and has offended many powers. Many powers second only to the Shou clan were forced to submit to the Shou clan. As long as there is an opportunity, they will definitely not miss it. Venerable Black Red's meaning was clear. He suspected that the other first-rate powers of Azure Sky were behind this. However, there was no clear evidence for this, so it was difficult to do anything about it. After all, the Shou clan's every move could cause dissatisfaction in Azure Sky and lead to war. Although the Shou clan was strong, they could not withstand the collective resistance of all the powers in Azure Sky. I will report this matter to the clan. You don't have to worry, Venerable Black Red said. There are still 3 months before the battle of the 10 Great Commanders begins. When the time comes, many old monsters will come out to compete. Cultivate well. Venerable Black Red left Returning Heaven's City. The big black dog also left. Returning Heaven's City regained its peace. However, as time passed, the battle of the 10 Great Commanders drew closer. The air was filled with an oppressive aura atmosphere. It gave off the feeling that a storm. However, during this period, Fang Chen had been cultivating. It was already very difficult for him to take another step forward. There was a gap between the Mystic Star Realm and the Mystic Light Realm that some people couldn't cross in their entire lives. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid of Mystic Light Realm martial practitioners at all. However, just as Venerable Hei Kai had said, there were many people who wanted to compete for the position of 10 Great Commanders. There were even some old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. Those old monsters might have limited potential and might not be able to reach the level of ancient god in their lifetime. However, after countless years, the battle experience they had accumulated was enough to crush all the younger generation. Fang Chen didn't dare be careless. He had been studying the Azura Sword Dao. Hiss hiss hiss. In the City Lord's mansion, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. With a thought, the bloodline copper mirror appeared in Lin Yun's body. When Lin Yun took a closer look, he saw traces of blood on the bloodline copper mirror. This was Fang Chen's essence blood, and also the purest bloodline power. Ever since he had absorbed the blood of the wolf god, his blood contained the wolf god's bloodline. The wolf god's bloodline was also a branch of the darkness bloodline. With the help of the bloodline copper mirror, the darkness bloodline hidden in his body had been completely activated. Fang Chen could even feel the power vibrating in his blood. It was extremely powerful. Is this the darkness bloodline? Fang Chen opened his palm, and a trace of black blood circled around it. A trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. Wang tilde tilde the bloodline copper mirror let out a loud sound and continued to enter Fang Chen's blood, changing his bloodline power. The darkness bloodline was one of the most ancient bloodlines in the primal chaos void. The son of darkness was so strong because he had the darkness bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the sky battler. Lin Yun took a deep breath and threw this to the back of his mind. The most important thing right now was to increase his cultivation. In the distant darkness void crack, a spatial storm appeared in an instant and directly annihilated the calm darkness void. Then, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and wolves howled incessantly. In the terrifying storm, a werewolf strolled out. His body was covered with lightning. He clenched his claws, and suddenly, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. He had a pair of golden eyes and was wearing a blood-red robe. He exuded a murderous aura. He was the fifth wolf god of the werewolf clan. I feel the aura of the wolf god's blood. The fifth wolf god said eerily. His golden eyes emitted a terrifying light. In that direction. The fifth wolf god's claws pointed in the distance and muttered to himself. Then, his body flashed and disappeared into the darkness void again. The fifth wolf god had a supreme status in the werewolf clan. Moreover, the werewolf clan was a branch of the dark blood clan. The five wolf gods were the famous wolf guards of the dark blood clan. While the fifth wolf god was on the move, the demon clan was also secretly inquiring about Fang Chen. Especially when the news of the demon sealing tower spread, it caused an uproar among the demon clan. The higher-ups of the demon clan had ordered to kill Fang Chen at all costs and take back the demon sealing tower. Time flew. 3 months later, the Battle of the 10 Great Commanders took place as scheduled. Fang Chen, the new city lord of Huitian City, was led by the big black dog to the Xiu clan's territory in the center of Qingluo Heaven. How is it? Venerable He Kai asked. Fang Chen nodded. As long as there are no abnormal people, there shouldn't be a problem except for taking over the position of commander. In the past 3 months, another important thing had happened. The 8-feathered sky sparrow had successfully evolved into a 9-feathered sky sparrow. At that time, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. The entire sky above Huitian City was covered by a red glow. Some people thought that a supreme treasure had appeared. But in the end, the city lord's mansion came out to refute the rumor. Only then did the restless people calm down. The 9-feathered sky sparrow was the most powerful existence in their clan. It also had the purest bloodline. Just as the 9-feathered sky sparrow had said, a trace of ancestral power had awakened in its body after it successfully evolved. It was the only 9-feathered sky sparrow in the primal chaos void in the past 1 trillion years. Luckily, it had the help of the demon tiger and beast. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for it to evolve. The 9-feathered sky sparrow's combat power was also a little exaggerated. It could even challenge the demon tiger and beast in its ethereal form. This made Fang Chen feel more at ease. The 9-feathered sky sparrow, the ethereal demon tiger and beast, the demon sealing tower, and the hidden star sword were enough for him to fight against any mystic light realm cultivator. The battle of the 10 great commanders this time is grander than I imagined. Here is a list. If you encounter these people in the competition, kill them without mercy. Venerable He Kai took out a small booklet and handed it to Fang Chen. There were a lot of names written on it, and some introductions were attached at the back. After reading it, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Most of the people on the list were the city lords of the 180 cities. This meant that a large portion of the city lords had betrayed the Xiu family. Thinking back to the betrayal of the Huitian city lord 3 months ago, it was terrifying. Fang Chen's heart shook. Who was it that was targeting the Xiu family? Wasn't this too terrifying? So many city lords had betrayed them under the Xiu family's nose. It could be imagined that the mastermind behind this was extremely powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do this. Is there a problem? Venerable He Kai asked. Fang Chen shook his head. No problem. But won't it cause a misunderstanding if I kill people in the competition? Venerable He Kai had thought about this long ago. Don't worry. I've already talked to the patriarch. You don't have to worry. Venerable He Kai said, right, if you can complete this mission, one of the peak venerables in the family will come with me to the Sky Pillar Zone family. Hearing this, Fang Chen was excited. Wasn't the reason he fought for the position of the 10 great commanders so that he could gain the support of the peak venerables from the Shou family? Wasn't this an opportunity? Many thanks, Senior Heikai. What Fang Chen didn't know was that Venerable Heikai had put in a lot of effort to get him the chance to complete this mission. Chapter 2510. Originally, this mission had been given to someone else. However, Venerable Heikai had gone against everyone's wishes and discussed the pros and cons with the current patriarch of the Shou family. Of course, Venerable Heikai had paid a heavy price for this. However, Venerable Heikai believed that it was all worth it. Do your best. Venerable Heikai was very confident in Fang Chen. It was as if he saw the young Venerable Demon Sword in him. If he had been a little stronger back then, Venerable Demon Sword might not have died. Over the years, the scene of Venerable Demon Sword's death would appear in Venerable Heikai's mind every night. After chatting with Fang Chen until night fell, Venerable Heikai left. The next day, he came again with some information about the competition. There are a total of 130 city lords participating in this competition. There are also more than 500 wandering cultivators and profound star realm members of the Shou family. The Shou family had a deep foundation. Although no one was ranked on the profound ranking, they had many profound star realm cultivators. These profound star realm cultivators were all old monsters who had cultivated for tens of millions of years. They were all very strong. The 10 great generals were very tempting. This competition was unprecedentedly lively. On the third day after Fang Chen arrived at Venerable Heikai's residence, the various forces finally arrived. Over 1,000 participants stood in the middle of the plaza. Among them, the most eye-catching were the City Lord of Iron-Tooth City, Old Monster Spring Autumn, and Shou-Ichi. These three stood out among the thousands of participants and were the most popular candidates to become the 10 great generals. The City Lord of Iron-Tooth City was the strongest of the 180 City Lords. Although he was only at the profound star realm, his battle prowess was comparable to a profound light realm cultivator. As for Old Monster Spring Autumn, he was a wandering cultivator and was very famous in the azure sky. He had a cruel personality and would tear anyone who offended him to pieces with his iron claws. The last person was the strongest profound star realm cultivator of the Shou family. Furthermore, Shou-Ichi was the only son of the second elder and was deeply loved by the Shou family. After reading the information, Fang Chen didn't have any serious expression on his face. Instead, he was very relaxed. How is it? Are you confident? Venerable Black-Red asked. In this competition, we will first choose the strongest 3 among the thousands of you. Then, you will challenge the 10 great commanders. The winner will become the new commander, and the loser will be eliminated. Aside from Old Monster Spring Autumn, who is a bit difficult to deal with, the others are nothing to be afraid of. On the surface, Old Monster Spring Autumn was the weakest of the 3. However, one should never judge a book by its cover. Fang Chen came to a shocking conclusion from every piece of information. Old Monster Spring Autumn was not as strong as he appeared to be. Shou-Ichi is the favorite to win the championship, but according to my guess, his strength should be on par with Iron-Tooth City's lord. Fang Chen murmured. The Iron-Tooth City Lord was one of the people on the must-kill list. In the Shou family's headquarters, people came and went in an endless stream. More and more martial artists poured into the Shou family's headquarters. In a short few days, the huge city became crowded all of a sudden. Today, the competition was finally about to begin. Thousands of contestants stood quietly in the square. There was a rostrum at the front. A black-clothed old man was seated in the middle. Beside him was Reverend Heikai. Is that the Shou family's patriarch? Fang Chen's heart trembled. The Shou family's patriarch had an aura that made people tremble. This is a true limit honorable. Fang Chen sighed. Although Venerable Soldier Wu was a peak honorable, his fighting strength was no weaker than a limit honorable. Although the Shou family had a strong foundation, it couldn't compare to the 5 great families. After all, there were no ancient god-level powerhouses guarding the Shou family's patriarch. The Shou family's patriarch was the only one guarding the Shou family. A limit honorable was someone who had 1 foot in the ancient god level. They were recognized as the strongest powerhouses in the primal chaos void. Unless an ancient god-level powerhouse intervened, a limit honorable was the strongest. What a powerful aura! Fang Chen thought to himself. He could feel that if the Shou family's patriarch intervened, he could instantly destroy a super-celestial region. This was the power of a limit honorable. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day of the Shou family's selection of the 10 great commanders. The Shou family's patriarch said indifferently, because the 10 great commanders have a relatively high status and are relatively important, an election is held every 100 years. 100 years ago, a total of 3 of the 10 great commanders changed hands. Today, 100 years later, I wonder if you can replace them and become the new commanders. The 10 great commanders were existences above many of the Shou family's elders. Although they might not be as strong as some of the Shou family's elders, they had a lot of authority. We are indebted to everyone for thinking highly of the Shou family. This time, a total of 1,000 people will participate in the competition. The rules of the competition are very simple. 2-on-2 battles. The loser will be eliminated. In the end, the strongest 3 will challenge the 10 great commanders. The winner will become the new commander. Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment before continuing. If someone can become the new commander, he can enjoy all the cultivation resources of the Shou family. He will also have the opportunity to challenge the 5 feudal lords. The words 5 feudal lords thoroughly ignited the atmosphere. Everyone knew that the 5 feudal lords were experts on the same level as the elders. They had a lot of authority in the Shou family, second only to the patriarch and the great elder. For countless years, the 10 great commanders had been replaced, but the 5 feudal lords had never changed. There was an uproar in the square. Countless martial artists were shocked. The Shou family's patriarch waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Shortly after, he said, "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. The competition will now begin." The great elder, Venerable He Kai, briefly explained the rules of the competition. Then, the first round began. Rumble. On the martial arts stage, the sound of battle shook the sky. However, a powerful formation set up by many profound God Realm Venerables was able to block the energy fluctuations. Otherwise, if the profound Star Realm martial artists attacked with their full strength, the entire city would be turned to ashes in an instant. Dong. In just a few breaths of time, the result of the first round was announced. Fan Shou wins. The second round continued. The battles were very intense. After all, this was a once-in-a-century opportunity. No one was willing to give it up. When it was Fang Chen's turn, it was already 10 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, more than 300 battles had already taken place. Fang Chen's opponent was a profound Star Realm City Lord. His strength was similar to the City Lord of Returning Sky City. "Kid, are you the one who killed the City Lord of Returning Sky City?" The skinny old man asked coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. Fang Chen nodded. The news of him replacing the City Lord of Returning Sky City had spread among the 180 City Lords. The City Lord of Returning Sky City is an old friend of this old man. Today, this old man will avenge him. The square below was filled with discussions. Is he the new City Lord of Returning Sky City? He's so young. One's appearance could be changed, but one's bone age could not be changed. Everyone present was a profound God Realm martial artist. At a glance, they could see Fang Chen's bone age. In their hearts, they were slightly surprised. If the rumors were true and he killed the City Lord of Returning Sky City, then his potential was really strong. I don't think so. He's so young. Even if he cultivated day and night, it's impossible for him to reach the level of the City Lord of Returning Sky City. That's right. I've fought with the City Lord of Returning Sky City. The latter's reputation is not undeserved. I saw this guy with Venerable He Kai before. The latter must have used some tricks to make his trusted aide become the City Lord. Despicable guy. If I meet him, I'll teach him a lesson. Many people were secretly cursing Fang Chen. There were even some people who were hostile towards Fang Chen. On the rostrum, the Shou clan patriarch showed a gentle smile. He's the guy you were talking about. Venerable He Kai nodded and transmitted his voice. Patriarch, His Fang Chen. He killed the son of Sirius and Zhong Xiangshan of the Sky Pillar Zhong family. He also took away the Sword of Darkness and destroyed the body of the Son of Darkness. The Xiu clan patriarch nodded. His dark eyes looked at Fang Chen. After a long time, he nodded with satisfaction. His potential is good. His understanding of Sword Dao is strong. Did you teach him the Azura Sword Dao? The Xiu clan patriarch asked. Venerable He Kai smiled but did not say anything. His relationship with Venerable Demon Sword was known to the world. There was no need to hide anything. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2511. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen and his opponent were confronting each other. Most of the city lords were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. The thin-faced old man even clamored to avenge the Huitian city lord. Humph! When he saw Fang Chen's expression, the skinny old man coldly snorted. He waved his sleeve and instantly, a wild dragon shot out from his sleeve. After that, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his skinny body whistled through the air. In a flash, the thin-faced old man's figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. At the same time, the wild dragon with majestic power had already made contact with Fang Chen. Get lost! Fang Chen bellowed, his voice rumbling. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. At this moment, the body of 10,000 swords was pushed to the extreme. An extremely violent power shrouded his fist as he smashed it onto the berserk dragon. Crack! There weren't any fancy moves. It was just a simple punch that smashed into the berserk dragon, instantly shattering it. Before Fang Chen's fist, the vast berserk dragon could not resist at all, instantly shattering into pieces. Heh! On the square, many city lords stared with wide eyes and exclaimed. Just from this punch alone, one could tell that Fang Chen's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. No wonder this guy could kill the Huitian city lord. Someone said, the Huitian city lord is a master of close combat, and his defense is not very strong. This guy must have sneaked an attack on him. His physical strength is extremely strong. As long as you don't fight him in close combat, he has no chance. For a time, the square was full of discussions again. On the martial arts stage, after the mad dragon was shattered, the skinny old man roared and waved his sleeve again. This time, what shot out was not a mad dragon condensed from energy, but a real snake-type monster beast. This was a small green snake. It spat out a green liquid from its mouth. That's the Blue Jew Snake King? Someone recognized the small green snake and exclaimed. What? So this is Lan Ju, the Snake King? Legend had it that the Blue Jew Snake King was the ruler of all serpents. Its venom was unparalleled, and even a Xian star cultivator would perish upon contact. The Blue Jew Snake King was the dream beast of any beast tamer. Who would have thought that it would actually be obtained by the thin-faced old man? With the appearance of the Blue Jew Snake, the old man's identity as a beastmaster was revealed. However, all of this was no longer important. Die. The Blue Jew Serpent King floated in the air, weaving through the void as it closed in on Fang Chen. Green liquid sprayed out. This was a highly toxic substance. On the rostrum, the Xiu family patriarch looked at Fang Chen with great interest. If he couldn't even pass this hurdle, then what qualifications did he have to occupy the mission quota? In the arena, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched Lan Ju's Serpent King approach. A beast is a beast. With a thought, the three-eyed Bear King appeared from within the demon ceiling tower. Roar! Its enormous body caused a huge commotion as soon as it appeared. The three-eyed Bear King's claws clenched into fists, and he beat his chest. Berserk energy emanated from his body. I'll leave this little snake to you, Fang Chen said. The three-eyed Bear King's eyes widened. Can I eat it? If you can defeat it, then you can do whatever you want with it. Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Leave it to me. The three-eyed Bear King had a violent personality, and he loved to devour special creatures. The Blue Jew Snake King happened to be one of his favorites. As the Snake King drew near, the three-eyed Bear King grinned. You're too weak, little worm. As the words left his mouth, the three-eyed Bear King swiped at the air with his claws. Suddenly the air seemed to freeze, and the Snake King was unable to move. The thin-faced Xiu family patriarch cursed inwardly. He could no longer communicate with the Snake King. This meant Lan Zhu's Kraken King was trapped. Not good. The thin-faced Xiu family patriarch called upon the full power of his Beastmaster discipline. He wanted to control the Snake King, but it was too late. Kacha. The three-eyed bear king's claws grabbed the Snake King. No matter how hard the Snake King struggled, he couldn't break free. Little bug, be obedient and become my food. The three-eyed bear king cackled. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he swallowed the Snake King whole. Boom. The square was in an uproar. The crowd gaped at the enormous three-eyed bear king. He ate Lan Zhu's king of snakes. My god, he's too strong. The Snake King's venom was strong enough to kill a Black Star cultivator. But this bear had eaten it. Didn't that mean the Snake King's venom was nothing to him? Someone recognized the three-eyed bear king. The three-eyed bear king, the king of the bears. He eats the blue Jew Snake King. The crowd gasped. Who the hell is the new governor? How can he control the three-eyed bear king? They say the three-eyed bear king has a violent personality. It's very difficult to control him. Could he be from the legendary beast tamer sect? Speculation about Fang Chen's identity was rife. The Xiu clan patriarch nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's go back. Having swallowed the Snake King, the three-eyed bear king looked around, showing off. Fang Chen returned it to the tower. Just then, the thin-faced elder's ferocious attack came whistling through the air. Kid, I'll take your life. He'd paid a heavy price to get the Snake King. It was his trump card, but the bear king ate it right in front of his eyes. I'll tear you to pieces. The thin-faced elder was furious. But even if he didn't attack, Fang Chen would. The thin-faced elder was one of the names on his kill list. Die. Without the Snake King, the thin-faced elder couldn't withstand a single blow. He threw a series of punches, each one landing on flesh. Bang. With a bang, the thin-faced elder's body flew backward and hit the ground. The crowd looked over and was shocked to find that the thin-faced elder was dead. That's terrifying. At this moment, the crowd finally realized how terrifying Fang Chen's body was. It wasn't luck that made him the new Huitian city lord. It was true strength. Interesting. Some of the city lords from the same faction as the thin-faced elder said with interest. It was said before the competition that there would be casualties in the battle. It was inevitable. The Xiu clan patriarch had spoken, so no one dared to say anything. Although the thin-faced elder's death made his companions furious, they didn't dare to openly disobey the Xiu clan patriarch. Venerable He Kai secretly gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. The latter grinned and walked down from the arena. A bunch of idiots. Walking down from the martial arts stage, Fang Chen felt countless murderous gazes directed at him. He sneered inwardly. The reason he hadn't revealed his strength was so that he could kill as many people as he could in the later stages of the competition. What a lucky bastard. I can't believe he managed to control the three-eyed bear. Old Monster Spring Autumn, who stood in the front row, said indifferently. After seeing the three-eyed bear king, he was tempted. If he could get his hands on such a beast, his strength would skyrocket. When the competition is over and I become commander, I'll take the three-eyed bear king for myself. In fact, there were many in the crowd who had such thoughts. But the competition wasn't over yet, so everyone was holding back. The battles that followed continued, one after another. Finally, when the sky darkened, more than 500 matches were completely over. The commander's battle was a cruel one. In a single day, half of the contestants had been eliminated. Even some city lords had fallen in the competition. Of course, this was only to be expected. Which of the 10 commanders hadn't walked out of a pile of bones? The first day of the competition was over. When Fang Chen returned to his residence, he ran into Old Monster Spring Autumn. Fellow Daoist, please wait, Old Freak Spring Autumn said with a smile. Fang Chen stopped and looked at him. Fellow Daoist, I'm very interested in your three-eyed bear king. Would you be willing to let me have it? Old Monster Spring and Autumn asked bluntly. How? Fang Chen shrugged and asked. I, Old Freak Spring Autumn, naturally won't let you suffer a loss. How about this? As long as you give me the three-eyed bear king, I can give you a weapon. What grade of weapon? Fang Chen asked. Is it at the void fragmentation realm? Hearing this, Old Monster Spring Autumn's face darkened. Above the chaotic space grade was the void fragmentation grade. Under normal circumstances, only profound god venerables could take out a void fragmentation grade weapon. This clearly showed how precious a void fragmentation realm weapon was. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2512. How precious was a void fragmentation realm weapon? Not to mention him, even Shioichi and the others would not be able to take it out. However, Fang Chen made such an unreasonable request. Was it not a slap to his face? Fellow Daoist, are you joking? Even though Old Monster Spring Autumn was very angry, he still tried to hold it in. Fang Chen shrugged and said, I'm not joking. Do you know how precious my three-eyed bear king is? If you want to make a deal, you must show me enough sincerity. After saying that, Fang Chen glanced at Old Monster Spring Autumn and said, at the very least, I don't see your sincerity. So, I'm sorry. After saying that, Fang Chen turned around and left. Is there no room for negotiation? I like the three-eyed bear king very much and I want it very much. Name your price. Old Monster Spring Autumn called out to Fang Chen. You don't even want to take out a void fragmentation realm weapon. You call that sincere? I still want your life. I can use the three-eyed bear king to exchange for it. Isn't that sincere enough? May I ask if you are willing to hand your life over to me? Fang Chen said straightforwardly. Boom. Powerful energy erupted from Old Monster Spring Autumn's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A vast amount of energy came pressing down. Old Monster Spring Autumn was trying to suppress Fang Chen with his strength. Are you really not going to consider it? Old Monster Spring Autumn asked. There's nothing to consider. Fang Chen waved his hand and said. Old Monster Spring Autumn's eyes were scarlet red. His killing intent was overflowing. It seemed like he was about to attack Fang Chen. The latter stood with his hands clasped behind his back as if nothing had happened. He looked very relaxed. Swoosh. In the end, Old Monster Spring Autumn did not make a move. After retracting his aura, he smiled meaningfully at Fang Chen and said, there are still many more matches to come. Anyone can meet anyone. If I meet you, I will certainly teach you a good lesson. After saying that, Old Monster Spring Autumn turned around and left while muttering to himself. Young people nowadays are too ignorant. They don't know how cruel the world is. Fang Chen sneered as he looked at Old Monster Spring Autumn's back. Didn't he just want to snatch my three-eyed bear king? To actually use such a despicable method, how laughable. Fang Chen wasn't afraid of Old Monster Spring and Autumn, but after the exchange of blows just now, he was even more convinced of his theory. Irontooth City Lord, Old Monster Spring Autumn, and Xiu Kai of the three most popular candidates, Old Monster Spring Autumn was the one who kept the deepest secrets. There's actually an aura on his body that makes even me feel fear. Fang Chen thought to himself. Master, that person's aura is very evil. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit also said, if we encounter it during the competition, we have to be on guard. Fang Chen nodded and returned to the courtyard. Many people had seen the conflict between him and Old Monster Spring Autumn. The big black dog looked him up and down, then asked, I heard that old freak Spring and Autumn is looking for you. Are you all right? I'm fine. Old freak Spring and Autumn is nothing to me. Because of the three-eyed bear king, you've attracted everyone's attention. It's inconvenient for Master to come here, otherwise his plan would be disrupted. You did well today, the big black dog said. That stupid bear sure was aggressive. It ate Lan Ju raw. Speaking of the three-eyed bear king, the big black dog was very excited. Oh right, where's your stupid bear? Where's it hiding? The big black dog asked curiously. Fang Chen smiled, but said nothing. The big black dog saw this, and did not ask any more questions. Night. A mighty wind blew gently. In the Xiu family's city, many storms were hidden in the darkness. All that was needed was a fuse, and it would explode. The three-eyed bear king was, Without a doubt, a powerful fuse. Its appearance would cause the governor and the others to move forward with their plans. Under the cover of night, in a gloomy courtyard. Governor Iron-Tooth. When the red-robed Governor Iron-Tooth appeared, the other governors rose to greet him. Iron-Tooth gestured for them to take a seat, then looked around at them. Everyone, there's been a change of plans. The three-eyed bear king must be obtained. The three-eyed bear king has mutated. It's very strong. If we can get it, our plans will be much smoother. Iron-Tooth said. The Xiao family wanted to use this opportunity to kill them, but they also wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate their enemies. Governor Iron-Tooth, what do you think we should do? Many city lords listened to City Lord Iron-Tooth. I've already sent assassins to assassinate him. Governor Iron-Tooth said with a sinister smile. Fang Chen lived with many contestants. The sky was dark, and he was cultivating with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, a hissing sound was heard. Who's there? Fang Chen scolded. Suddenly, 3 people walked out of the darkness. After these 3 people appeared, they did not speak. Instead, they stared at Fang Chen with their dark eyes. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Fang Chen, and there were layers of ripples in their eyes. Fang Chen was about to speak when he fell into an illusion. Buzz. The whole courtyard was shrouded in an illusion. Looking from the outside, there was nothing wrong with it. Fang Chen sat on the stone bench in a daze. Seeing this, the 3 people sneered. Mph, so what if you're strong? Aren't you still controlled by our illusions? The 3 walked in front of Fang Chen and said disdainfully. Even mystic light realm cultivators can't break our illusions. A mere mystic star realm cultivator is courting death. Alright, don't waste time. Hurry up and find him. As they spoke, their hands started to search Fang Chen's body. Illusions. Fang Chen instantly woke up from his daze. Seeing the actions of the 3, he sneered in his heart. He was famous for the illusory sword Dao, and these 3 wanted to use illusions against him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's finger trembled slightly. Traces of illusory aura silently merged into the illusion. In the blink of an eye, the illusion was changed. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice sounded in the ears of the 3. The actions of the 3 came to an abrupt stop. Who's talking? Did someone discover us? The third person looked around and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. When he raised his head, he saw the smiling Fang Chen. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his face was filled with shock. What happened to you? How come I didn't fall into your illusions? The power around Fang Chen's body vibrated, and the other 2 who were still in shock were immediately pushed back. He then stood up and patted his clothes. Clowns like you are trying to show off in front of an expert, right? Speak, who sent you here? Fang Chen's voice became sharp. Could it be that something went wrong with the illusion? The 3 looked at each other, and the aura of illusions around them surged as they used their full strength to activate the illusion. Rumble. The illusion exploded once more, but it was out of their expectations. The illusion that they had set up was actually used against them? No. The 3 roared in fear and tried to escape, but it was too late. Whoosh. The illusion enveloped them, twisting the universe. The 3 of them stood stiffly on the ground, not moving at all. Who sent you here? Fang Chen asked. Lord Iron-Tooth. What's the purpose? To seize your 3-eyed bear king and kill you. Fang Chen nodded, and then continued to ask, Lord Iron-Tooth, who's behind this? The 3 shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Fang Chen then asked many questions, but the 3 didn't answer. Finally, Fang Chen informed the big black dog. Soon, the big black dog came across the void. Why are you looking for me so late at night? Fang Chen pointed at the 3 people whose power was restrained by him, and said, these 3 were sent by Lord Iron-Tooth to kill me. Perhaps Senior Hei Kai can get some important information from them. Okay, I'll take them away. The big black dog took the 3 people away. Time passed quickly. In the gloomy courtyard, the city lords, led by the Iron-Tooth City Lord, had been waiting quietly. They paced back and forth in the courtyard, looking a little anxious. On the stone table, it was already the 9th incense stick, and there was still one incense stick to burn before the appointed time. Lord Iron-Tooth, did you succeed? A somewhat anxious city lord asked directly. Wait patiently. Lord Iron-Tooth closed his eyes to rest. Tick. Time passed, and the 10th incense stick burned out. Lord Iron-Tooth stood up and spread out his divine sense, but there was nothing abnormal in the vicinity. His face became gloomier, and a cold murderous intent flashed past. He said, "Disperse." Lord Iron-Tooth's words confused the other city lords, but they didn't dare to ask. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2513. The Iron-Teeth City Lord's red robes fluttered in the dark pavilion. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stared at the wall in front of him. Wang. On the wall, a black glow gradually emerged and transformed into a bewitching flower. Above the flower, there was an aura that made people tremble. Trash. A scolding voice came from the flower. The Iron-Teeth City Lord panicked and said, "Master, I underestimated that kid's strength." After a long time, the flower shook, and its aura shook the sky. Focus on the competition. Your mission is to become one of the 10 commanders. I don't want to see anything happen. After saying that, the black flower disappeared, and the pavilion returned to normal. The Iron-Teeth City Lord's eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Dawn arrived, and the darkness retreated. The Shou family's headquarters became lively again. There was a sea of people, and the noise was endless. Although many people didn't come to participate in the Battle of the Commanders, they came because of the reputation of the Battle of the Commanders. They wanted to see who would change the commander's position in this Battle of the Commanders. This was a big event in Qingluo Heaven. The next day, the competition continued. The first to fight was Old Monster Spring-Autumn. His attack proved his strength once again. Before his opponent could even react, Old Monster Spring and Autumn's eyes shot out an unimaginable beam of light that pierced through his opponent. Crack! Old Monster Spring Autumn's opponent's corpse fell on the martial arts stage. Everyone below cried out in alarm. Old Monster Spring Autumn was too strong. After killing his opponent, Old Monster Spring Autumn walked down the martial arts stage. His cold gaze swept across Fang Chen. Fang Chen could feel a trace of killing intent in the depths of Old Monster Spring Autumn's eyes. Fang Chen snorted coldly. He was calm and composed. He did not feel uneasy because of Old Monster Spring Autumn's threat. After Old Monster Spring Autumn, the second to fight was Shou-Ichi. I heard that Shou-Ichi of the Shou family has reached the mystic light realm. I wonder if that's true. Of course it's true. Shou-Ichi is extremely powerful. It's said that he has already cultivated the Shou family's secret technique to the pinnacle. Several hundred years ago, Shou-Ichi once fought with the Holy War clan's Heaven Warrior, and the final result was a draw. 100 years have passed and Sky Warrior is already in the top 10 of the profound ranking. As for Shou-Ichi, he is unable to enter the profound ranking due to his age, but it does not affect his strength at all. Many people were talking about it, digging up what had happened hundreds of years ago. However, when everyone saw Shou Wankai's opponent, their faces were filled with helplessness. Originally, he thought that he would be able to see Shou-Ichi display his skills. Who would have thought that the latter's opponent was actually a member of the Shou family? I admit defeat. This member of the Shou clan naturally knew Shou-Ichi's strength and directly admitted defeat. This disappointed many martialists who wanted to see Shou-Yi's skills. Shou-Ichi's victory without a fight caused a great shock. Following that, the battles continued one after another. Although there were some outstanding warriors during this period, none of them could attract Fang Chen's attention. His target was only those martial artists on the must-kill list. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. In the second round, Fang Chen's opponent was not a city lord who was extremely skilled in the Soul Dao and illusions. The Soul Fantasy City Lord. After seeing his opponent, Fang Chen was also stunned. Coincidences really existed in this world. This Soul Fantasy City Lord happened to be someone on the must-kill list. Fellow Daoist. The Soul Fantasy City Lord looked at Fang Chen with a smile, without any killing intent. However, this kind of Soul Fantasy City Lord was terrifying. The Iron-Tooth City Lord and the others stared at Fang Chen. If Fang Chen could withstand the Soul Fantasy City Lord's illusions, then it meant that the person he sent last night had already been killed. If he could not withstand it, then the Xiu family must have secretly made a move. Buzz. The Soul Fantasy City Lord deliberately talked to Fang Chen to distract him. In an instant, the violent aura of illusions spread out and enveloped Fang Chen. It's over. Many of the martial artists below shook their heads. The Soul Fantasy City Lord's illusions were extremely powerful. Among the 180 City Lords, he was one of the best. Even the Iron-Tooth City Lord would not be able to quickly escape from an illusion. Not to mention, he was just a nobody. It seems like this guy is going to lose. Many people asserted. The Xiu family patriarch and Venerable Black and Red were extremely confident in Fang Chen. The large black dog behind them saw everyone shake their heads and sneered, a bunch of idiots. It had personally experienced Fang Chen's illusions. They were too terrifying. How could a mere Soul Fantasy City Lord compare? TMPH, so what if you're strong? You're still trapped in my illusions, aren't you? The Soul Fantasy City Lord's expression instantly darkened as he coldly spoke. He waved his hand, and the aura of the Soul Dao erupted from his mind. It condensed into a soul spear in the air that shot towards Fang Chen's head. Die. The Soul Fantasy City Lord growled. The soul spear was already close to Fang Chen. Just when everyone thought that Fang Chen was dead for sure, the Soul Fantasy City Lord grinned. A soul spear? Too bad you're too weak. With that, Fang Chen used the innate soul reversal technique. The soul spear, 10 times larger than the Soul Fantasy City Lord's, whizzed out and slammed into the Soul Fantasy City Lord's soul spear, mercilessly shattering it. At the same time, the illusions that bound him were also shattered. Bang! The Soul Fantasy City Lord's body was instantly sent flying off the stage. He spat out blood, his face pale. The Soul Fantasy City Lord still wanted to speak, but he felt something stuck in his throat. He could not speak. His hands flailed wildly as his strength drained away. With a bang, his head hit the cold ground and he lost all signs of life. The square was in an uproar. Even Old Monster Spring-Autumn, Shioichi, and the others were shocked. The ordinary contestants were cheering even louder. The Soul Fantasy City Lord was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest among the 180 City Lords in the Soul Dao and Illusions. But now, the Soul Illusion City Lord had taken the initiative to strike first. Not only did the Soul Illusion City Lord's illusory realm break, but he had also used his soul power to shatter the Soul Illusion City Lord's soul. How terrifying was that? Too strong. Are his Soul Dao and illusions that strong? Only now did many people realize that the new Huitian City Lord was simply an all-around genius. In the first round, he killed a mysterious Star City Lord with his physical strength. In the second round of the competition, he easily broke through the Soul Fantasy City's City Lord's illusions and killed him from afar with the Soul Dao that the latter was most proficient in. Too strong, too terrifying. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Those who had not thought highly of Fang Chen felt conflicted. The Iron-Tooth City Lord's eyes flickered. I miscalculated. He had not expected this fellow's illusions to be so strong. Otherwise, he would not have tried to assassinate him so recklessly. On the main platform, the Xiu family patriarch nodded. This fellow's potential is at least in the top 5 among the younger generation in the Chaos Void. The Xiu family patriarch never praised others. Fang Chen was the first person he had praised in the younger generation. It seems that your judgment is right. The Xiu family patriarch said. Venerable Black Red was very happy. The stronger Fang Chen was, the more confident he would be in getting the position of commander. This would be very beneficial for their future operations. Good fellow, killing from a distance. That's a powerful move. Venerable Black Red rubbed his hands and chuckled as he praised. The big black dog behind him pursed its lips in displeasure. Back then, when it first saw this fellow, he was still so weak. In the blink of an eye, his strength had surpassed it. The world was really unpredictable. When he walked down the stage, Fang Chen looked at Old Monster Spring-Autumn provocatively. Old Monster Spring-Autumn chuckled when he saw this. A meaningful look appeared on his face. Congratulations to the Soul Fantasy City Lord. Ha ha ha, with the Soul Fantasy City Lord's strength, it's not impossible for him to get the position of commander. From the beginning, I could see that the Soul Fantasy City Lord was extraordinary. Many people wanted to befriend Fang Chen and flattered him incessantly. Fang Chen simply closed his eyes and ignored everyone, waiting for the competition to continue. He had killed 2 people in 2 moves. Fang Chen's fierce image was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Everyone was thinking, if they were to fight against Fang Chen, what were their chances of winning? Vicious and merciless, without any mercy. He's not suitable to be a commander. Of course, there were also some opposing voices. They did not think highly of Fang Chen and used his bloodthirstiness as a reason to argue. Chapter 25:14. In the 2 consecutive rounds of battle, Fang Chen had displayed extremely powerful strength. His physical strength, soul Dao, and illusions were all displayed to the fullest. Even the Xiu family patriarch cherished such a talent. It was a pity that Fang Chen wasn't a disciple of the Xiu family. Otherwise, they would definitely nurture him. Wouldn't it be great if the Xiu family had such a prodigy? The Xiu family patriarch shook his head and sighed. Although many elders thought that Fang Chen had great potential, the Xiu family might have someone stronger than him. However, the Xiu family patriarch didn't say anything. He looked at the inside, not the outside. From these 2 battles, he could see that Fang Chen's potential was unprecedented. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest mysterious star realm cultivator in history. The Xiu family patriarch was looking forward to Fang Chen's performance. He wanted to see what level he could reach. Since the 2nd round didn't take much time, it was over by noon. Therefore, the 3rd round began immediately. There were only a little over 100 battles in the 3rd round. At this point, those who remained were all elites. They had many tricks up their sleeves. However, as the competition progressed, Fang Chen had become the 4th most popular candidate. He was on par with Xiu Ichi, Old Monster Spring-Autumn, and the Iron Tooth City Lord. In the 3rd round, Fang Chen's opponent was relatively strong. It was a cultivator who had just entered the mysterious light realm. Everyone was very excited. They could finally see Fang Chen's true strength. However, in the competition, Fang Chen only used 1 sword strike to kill his opponent. The 14th move of the Shura sword art, an extremely violent sword light, pierced through his opponent's head in an instant. The cultivators in the plaza went completely crazy. They cheered. They couldn't imagine that Fang Chen's sword skills would be so strong. So he's a sword cultivator. At this moment, many people came to a sudden realization. Whether it was the Tao of the physical body, the Tao of the soul, or illusions, he didn't specialize in them. The Tao of the sword was his specialization. The more this was the case, the more shocked everyone was. What kind of force could nurture such a heaven-defying genius? Even Xiu Ichi and the others were staring at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. After a long time, they took a deep breath and tried their best to calm the fluctuations in their hearts. Old eccentric Spring-Autumn had a complicated expression on his face as he fell into deep thought. After a long while, the 3rd round of the competition ended. Fang Chen's name reverberated like thunder and quickly spread throughout the city. Countless martial artists were shouting his name. The Xiu clan patriarch's face was full of smiles. Venerable Black Red was also very happy. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was almost certain that he would become the commander-in-chief. The remaining warriors were racking their brains to think of a way to deal with Fang Chen. He was afraid that his next opponent would be Fang Chen. For a time, Fang Chen became the nightmare of many martial artists. He had killed 3 people in 3 moves. Furthermore, all 3 of them had different levels of cultivation. The last person was a mystic light realm expert. Fang Chen had become a demon in everyone's eyes. Fang Chen didn't care about these titles. He wasn't fated to stay in the azure sky forever. Darkness covered the land. This night wasn't going to be peaceful. Discussions about Fang Chen could be heard in every place that was brightly lit. The visual impact of Fang Chen was too great. Even the elders of the Xiu clan gave him a thumbs up. This was the first time that the Shou clan had praised a person so unanimously. His potential was unprecedented. If he didn't die midway, he might even be able to reach the ancient god realm. At night, at the border of the azure sky. Crack! All of a sudden, a black hole appeared in the dark void. Then, shocking lightning bolts came crashing down with a rumbling sound. A werewolf walked out of the black hole. The fifth wolf god followed the blood of the wolf god and came to the azure sky. Rumble. A violent aura was projected from the Shou clan's headquarters. Venerable Black-Red's figure appeared in the air. "Stop!" Venerable Black-Red yelled. "Venerable Kai, I have no other purpose in coming here. I just want to find an enemy," the fifth wolf god explained. After all, the werewolf race and the Shou clan didn't interfere with each other. Furthermore, without the name of the blood race, the werewolf race wouldn't be able to fight against the Shou clan. Venerable Black-Red was the Grand Elder of the Shou clan. He was the strongest person under the patriarch and had great authority. This is the territory of the Shou clan. The blood race can't enter. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Venerable Black-Red said forcefully. Hearing this, the fifth wolf god's expression changed. A dark aura surrounded him. "I've heard of Venerable Black-Red of the Shou clan a long time ago." The fifth wolf god flicked his finger, and a world appeared in the air. "Let's go in and fight." Then, the fifth wolf god entered the world. Whoosh! Venerable Black-Red's true body appeared and merged with his projection before entering the world. Rumble. Deafening noises continued to ring out in the void. Above the Shou clan's headquarters, the Shou clan patriarch saw all this and nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the battle was over, and the world exploded. A wisp of blood mist gushed out. The fifth wolf god was in a sorry state. He paused in the air for a while before turning to leave. "Venerable Black-Red, I'll repay you 100-fold in the future." Looking at the fifth wolf god's back, Venerable Black-Red's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! The Shou clan patriarch appeared and supported him. "How was it?" asked the Shou clan patriarch. "The fifth wolf god has an unpredictable ability. He'll be a strong opponent in the future," said Venerable Black-Red. After fighting with him, he was shocked to find that the fifth wolf god had touched the threshold of becoming an ultimate venerable. Given a little more time, he would definitely become an ultimate venerable. "I wonder if the other 4 venerables have also reached the ultimate venerable level," Venerable Black-Red said worriedly. "If the 5 wolf gods all became ultimate venerables, they would definitely go to Azure Sky and attack the Shou clan. By then, how could the clan patriarch deal with them alone?" "Don't worry. The Void Tribe and the Thunder Punishment Tribe won't let that happen," the Shou clan patriarch said calmly. After all, strictly speaking, the Void Tribe and the Thunder Punishment Tribe were also part of the human race. The Dark Kindred were an alien race. Although they were not mortal enemies of the human race like the demon race, they were not allies either. That night, the battle between the 2 top-notch venerables was extremely shocking. However, Azure Sky was unusually calm. Everyone was sleeping soundly and did not know what happened at night. Only Fang Chen seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and it came from the wolf god bloodline in his body. Fang Chen, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up and felt the blood in his body become restless. His expression changed drastically. Could it be that the 5th wolf god is here? This time, the blood in his body became restless, and it was much stronger than before. Fang Chen felt a little uneasy, but the blood in his body soon disappeared. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. Did the 5th wolf god come and leave? After thinking for a while, Fang Chen came to a conclusion. The 5th wolf god was afraid of the Shou clan, so he retreated. After a night of silence, early in the morning of the next day, Fang Chen followed everyone to the plaza. He glanced at Venerable Black-Red and found that his eyes were a little bloodshot, and his face was slightly pale. He did not look good. What's wrong with Venerable Black-Red? Fang Chen was puzzled. At their level, it was impossible for them to be like this because of sleep problems. Did Venerable Black-Red and the 5th wolf god fight? Fang Chen was even more convinced of his guess. At this moment, Venerable Black-Red also looked over and nodded at Fang Chen. The fourth round of the battle had officially begun. Fang Chen's opponent was actually the Iron-Tooth City Lord. This made the crowd quite surprised. Both of them were popular candidates to meet the Iron-Tooth City Lord so soon. One of them was bound to be eliminated in this battle. The Iron-Tooth City Lord is a veteran expert. He should be able to defeat Fang Chen. That's not necessarily true. The Huitian City Lord represents the power of the new generation. He's very terrifying. I think the odds are 50-50. If the Huitian City Lord doesn't have any trump cards, he may lose to the Iron-Tooth City Lord. For a moment, the discussion about who would win spread instantly. This battle was bound to be very difficult. Once he won, he would definitely occupy one of the last 3 places. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2515. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen and the Iron-Tooth City Lord were facing each other. The latter grinned, his face full of mockery, as if he was mocking Fang Chen for overestimating himself. If I were you, I would just admit defeat. That way, I would lose with dignity. Dealing with the enemy was not only a competition of combat strength, but also a competition of intelligence. Sometimes, suppressing the opponent with words could cause the opponent's mind to be in chaos and lose without a fight. That was probably what the Iron-Tooth City Lord was thinking. His goal was to become the commander, and to challenge the commander, he had to become one of the 3 strongest people. But I don't think so. Fang Chen shrugged and said, I want to kill you, so I can't admit defeat yet. Fang Chen said bluntly that he wanted to kill the Iron-Tooth City's City Lord. These words immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. They were all shocked. Wasn't that too direct? Moreover, the Iron-Tooth City Lord was not just anyone. How could he be killed so easily? HMPH, arrogant and ignorant. In the square below, Old Monster Spring Autumn and the others said disdainfully. On the rostrum, the Xiu clan leader and Venerable Hei Kai looked at the scene with interest. Back on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen showed his invincible confidence. Are you sure? The Iron-Tooth City Lord asked. You are the leader of the 180 City Lords. If I kill you, does that mean I am the most powerful City Lord among the 180 City Lords? Fang Chen said with a grin. That's right. If you can kill me, you are indeed the most powerful City Lord among the 180 City Lords. Now the question is, can you kill me? What will you use to kill me? The Iron-Tooth City Lord bared his fangs, and his killing intent surged. He clenched his fists, and lightning flashed. Whoosh! His arms shook violently, and the entire void trembled. The Iron-Tooth City Lord was best at lightning. At this moment, facing Fang Chen, he did not underestimate him and directly used his strongest trump card. Thunder Shock. Using lightning as the foundation to kill from a distance, this was the essence of Thunder Shock. Fang Chen opened his palm and took out the hidden star sword, saying, with this. Ha ha ha. The Iron-Tooth City Lord laughed maniacally. He felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Killing with a broken sword? What a joke. Lei Zhan. The Iron-Tooth City Lord could no longer tolerate Fang Chen's arrogance. As he waved his hands, the lightning in the sky swooped down and circled around his body before fusing into his hands. Dong. He casually slapped the void with his palm, causing it to collapse. Under the control of the Iron-Tooth City Lord, countless bolts of lightning whizzed out. However, Fang Chen didn't just sit there and wait for death. Instead, he used space-time collapse. The powerful space-time collapse technique disappeared without a trace. He easily dodged the thunderous attack. When he appeared again, the hidden star sword was finally brandished. Azura Sword Skill, the 13th move. Whoosh! A beam of cold light pierced through the void and collided with the lightning in the sky. Crack! The lightning bolts that were as vast as the sea danced around like headless flies. In the end, they collided with each other, causing a shocking explosion and scattering. Everyone exclaimed. Fang Chen's strength was too terrifying to be able to break the Iron-Tooth City Lord's Lei Zhan in one strike. Just when everyone thought that the two of them were evenly matched and the battle would become more and more intense, the situation took a turn. Whoosh! Another sword. However, this time, the power of this sword was countless times stronger than the previous one. Azura sword skill, the 14th move. It was enough to deal with the Iron Tooth City Lord. The extremely violent sword light that caused people to tremble simply pierced through the void and arrived in front of the Iron Tooth City Lord. No. The Iron Tooth City Lord felt despair. No matter how he resisted, he couldn't withstand the pressure of the sword light. It was too powerful. The Iron Tooth City Lord swore that this was the most powerful sword he had ever seen in his countless years of cultivation. He couldn't understand how a mysterious Star Realm martial artist could execute such a powerful sword move. Crack! A clear and crisp sound echoed throughout the sky. The sword light pierced through the Iron Tooth City Lord's body. The latter's primordial spirit was about to escape, but Fang Chen's figure flickered and grabbed the primordial spirit. Rip! He exerted force in his palm and the primordial spirit shattered. The strongest city lord in the 180 cities, the Iron Tooth City Lord, had fallen just like that. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the battle would end so quickly? The martial artists below had long been shocked to the point of no return. On the main platform, the Xiao clan leader and Black-Red Venerable were ecstatic. As for the many elders of the Xiao clan, they were even more dumbfounded. The Huitian City Lord is victorious. A voice pulled everyone back from their shock. They looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. Even someone as strong as the Iron Tooth City Lord could only make him use 2 moves. Among the many martial artists present, who could withstand the sharpness? Even Xiao Ichi and old freak Spring Autumn felt fear in their hearts. How can he be so strong? Old monster Spring Autumn muttered to himself. Until the end of the 4th round, everyone was still thinking about the scene of Fang Chen killing the Iron Tooth City Lord. They would never forget how amazing that sword move was. After the 4th round of competition ended, the remaining martial artists were already scanty few. Some martial artists even voluntarily gave up their spots. I give up. How can we win against a freak like the Huitian City Lord? Our lives are more important. Yeah, the Huitian City Lord is too strong. The final 3 spots will definitely be Old Monster Spring Autumn, the Huitian City Lord, and Xiao Ichi. I give up too. Many martial artists knew their limits and gave up the competition. In the end, only Fang Chen and the other 2 were left. The Xiao clan leader did not expect this scene. Because of Fang Chen's strong performance, the competition ended prematurely. Looking at the 3 figures in the middle of the square, the Xiao clan leader felt helpless. Venerable Black-Red Venerable also smiled bitterly. He had originally planned to let Fang Chen use this opportunity to kill more city lords who had betrayed the Xiao clan. Who would have thought that the competition would end after only 3 people were killed? However, thinking about it carefully, the death of the most important chess piece, the Iron Tooth City Lord, was the biggest gain. The other city lords were just small fries. There was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Venerable Black-Red Venerable stood up, cleared his throat, and announced, since everyone has withdrawn from the competition, the remaining 3 people will automatically obtain the final 3 spots. Old Monster Spring Autumn, Xiao Ichi, and the Huitian City Lord. The 3 of them finally obtained the final 3 spots. Originally, everyone thought that the Iron Tooth City Lord would also obtain a spot. However, the world was unpredictable. A second ago, he was still clamoring to kill Fang Chen. The next second, he was killed by Fang Chen. The death of the Iron Tooth City Lord caused a huge commotion. This was especially true for the Iron Teeth City Lord's faction. They were fearful and fearful. After the competition ended, they left in a hurry. The 3 of you will have the opportunity to challenge the 10 great commanders. Once you succeed, you will become the new commander. Each of you only has 1 chance. If you fail, you will have to wait 100 years, Venerable Black-Red Venerable said. The 3 of them nodded in unison. They had been waiting for this moment in the previous battle. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as Venerable Black-Red Venerable's voice fell, a vortex appeared in the sky. A vast power spread out from it. The people in the square all retreated, feeling very oppressed. At this moment, 10 figures walked out of the vortex one after another. The 10 of them stood on the martial stage, their auras domineering. The 10 great commanders of the Azura heaven had finally appeared. 10 great commanders. Someone shouted excitedly. There were also people waiting for the next battle. No matter what the final result was, at least they would be lucky enough to see the 10 great commanders in action. You can choose any one of the commanders. During the battle, you can use all means, but you cannot find helpers, Venerable Black-Red Venerable said. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the martial stage. The 10 great commanders were lined up in a row from left to right. He knew very well that the one standing at the front was the strongest commander, and so on. The one standing at the back was, in comparison, the weakest one. I challenge Commander Jin Shi. Xiao Yi stepped forward. He was the first to challenge. He had chosen the weakest commander. Huala. Commander Jin Shi stepped forward. He stared at Xiao Yi and said, although you are a descendant of the Xiao family, I will not hold back. Go ahead. If I lose, it is because I am not strong enough. Chapter 25:16. Boom. A fierce battle broke out on the martial arts stage. As soon as Xiao Ichi attacked, he used the Xiao family's secret technique. However, Commander Jin Shi's strength was a notch higher. He easily blocked all of Xiao Ichi's attacks. Bang! After a fierce battle with Xiao Ichi, Commander Jin Shi forced Xiao Ichi back with a punch. Deng deng deng! Xiao Ichi's body kept retreating and almost fell off the martial arts stage. Standing at the edge of the martial arts stage, Xiao Ichi tried to stabilize his body. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Commander Jin Shi is very strong, but I don't want to give up. Xiao Ichi said slowly. At the same time, a thin layer of blood mist appeared on his body. When this layer of blood mist appeared, everyone cried out in alarm. This was the Xiao family's bloodline divine art. It was also regarded as a taboo divine art by the Xiao family. It was said that this divine art used the Xiao family's bloodline as a guide. It could mobilize the power of the bloodline to a large extent to strengthen the attack. Boom! Xiao Ichi's bloodline power erupted. He stomped his feet and suddenly rushed into the sky, fighting fiercely with Commander Jin Shi. Bloodline divine art. Fang Chen murmured. Although the Xiao family's bloodline was not as strong as the darkness bloodline, it was still one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. This is the foundation of a major force. Fang Chen sighed. The Xiao family was not a major force in the world, but it was second only to the major forces. This foundation was not something that ordinary forces could compare to. However, although Xiao Ichi used a taboo divine art, he still could not break through Commander Jin Shi's defense. Damn it! Commander Jin Shi made a small mistake and was almost blasted off the martial arts stage. He was thoroughly angry. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the prestige of a commander. Commander Jin Shi's body burst out with dazzling light. After accumulating a certain amount of strength, he punched out. Dong! Xiao Ichi's bloodline divine art was broken. His body flew out and was caught by the Xiao family's elder. Xiao Ichi admits defeat. The elder nodded. This was within their expectations. They had said beforehand that with Xiao Ichi's current strength, it was impossible for him to become a commander. However, the latter refused to listen and insisted on participating. It would be good to let him suffer once. At the very least, he would be able to see the difference between him and the 10 great commanders. I also challenge Commander Jin Shi. When the crowd heard this, they secretly cursed old monster Spring Autumn for being cunning. Commander Jin Shi fought with Shouwan Kai. Although he won, he also used up a lot of energy. Wasn't he just taking advantage of the situation by challenging Commander Jin Shi? Commander Jin Shi was a little angry and snorted coldly. Old monster Spring Autumn's aura surged as he unleashed all of his power. Dong dong dong! Old monster Spring and Autumn's fists landed on Commander Jin Shi's body, but they could not break through his defense. Courting death. Commander Jin Shi's aura was disdainful as he punched out. Dong! Old monster Spring Autumn retreated, and his aura seemed to weaken. Hey! Fang Chen felt a little strange, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. Could it be? Fang Chen had a bold guess in his mind. Just as everyone thought that Old Monster Spring Autumn was about to lose, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. His aura was so weak that it was barely noticeable. Die! Commander Jin Shi roared. Just like before, he threw out a punch. But this time, it was different. Behind Old Monster Spring Autumn, the shadow of a gigantic bear king appeared. Roar! The bear king roared. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Commander Jin Shi's fist. Crack! Blood spurted out. Commander Jin Shi was injured, and he could not help but retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Old Monster Spring Autumn took a step forward. The bear king behind him released a shocking amount of energy that swept Commander Jin Shi away. Totem. Fang Chen guessed that Old Monster Spring Autumn must have had some kind of demon pet to help him. But he did not expect him to refine a bear king into a totem. This was a secret technique, and very few people in the chaotic void used it. Now, Fang Chen finally understood why Old Monster Spring Autumn was so determined to obtain his three-eyed bear king. He wants to use the three-eyed bear king to raise his bear king totem. Fang Chen said. The flesh and blood of bear-type demon beasts could be used to raise the bear king totem, increasing its power. Totem inheritance was a very domineering inheritance. This kind of inheritance could allow a martial artist to unleash the greatest amount of power in a short period of time. Totem inheritor. Many people came to a sudden realization and cried out in surprise. They did not expect Old Monster Spring Autumn to be the strongest among the three most popular candidates. He had hidden his strength too well. He had only used his totem secret technique at the end to defeat Commander Jin Shi. Roar! The bear king roared, and Commander Jin Shi fell outside the arena. His face was gloomy, and he was furious. But because of the rules, he did not lose his temper. He had lost. Commander Jin Shi had lost. This was too shocking. Old Monster Spring Autumn had really become the new commander. Congratulations, Old Monster Spring Autumn, for becoming the new commander. Venerable Hei Kai nodded. Commander Jin Shi felt ashamed that he had been stripped of his position as commander. He left the arena. The other 9 great commanders all had calm expressions on their faces. There was no change in their expressions. Commander Jin Shi was the weakest of the 10 commanders. Coupled with Old Monster Spring Autumn's totem inheritance, it was reasonable that he had lost. After Old Monster Spring Autumn became the new commander, everyone's attention fell on Fang Chen. They were all guessing whether Fang Chen would choose to challenge Old Monster Spring Autumn. According to the rules, Fang Chen could challenge any of the commanders, including Old Monster Spring Autumn. Venerable Hei Kai and the Xiu clan leader were also waiting for Fang Chen to make a decision. Before everyone's gazes, Fang Chen raised his head. His pitch-black eyes swept across the 10 great commanders. Old Monster Spring Autumn is the weakest. The City Lord should challenge him. That's right. Only by challenging Old Monster Spring Autumn will he have a chance. It's also possible that the City Lord knows that he can't defeat Old Monster Spring Autumn, so he might as well challenge the higher-ranked commanders. Even if he loses, he will lose with a bang. The commotion spread. However, this did not affect Fang Chen's choice. He had already made his choice from the very beginning. His gaze landed on the chief commander who was standing at the front. Golden armor, red eyes, and Commander Kai Shin. He was fully deserving of his title as the #1 commander. Some people even believed that he was the one most likely to threaten the position of the 5 feudal lords among the 10 great commanders. One could imagine how much hope everyone had for him. I challenge. Commander Kai Shin. Fang Chen's voice echoed in the square. Everyone was stunned. They had never dreamed that Fang Chen would challenge the #1 commander. Is he going to lose with a bang? He's just playing to the gallery. Many discordant voices could be heard. On the main stage, the Xiu clan leader's eyes flickered. He seemed to have thought of something. Venerable Hei Kai, who was beside him, was also deep in thought. The gazes of the other commanders all fell on Commander Kai Shin. He was also a little stunned, but he quickly recovered. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. Idiot, challenging Commander Kai Shin is the same as courting death. Old Monster Spring Autumn cursed inwardly. He was praying that Commander Kai Shin would go easy on Fang Chen and not kill him. Otherwise, Commander Kai Shin would definitely get the three-eyed bear king. If I can get the three-eyed bear king, my bear king totem will definitely be strengthened again. Old Monster Spring Autumn's expression changed. Commander Kai Shin took a step forward and looked down at Fang Chen like a king. I'd like to know, who gave you the courage to challenge me? Commander Kai Shin, the number one commander of the 10 commanders. 10,000 years ago, he single-handedly swept through the Xian star realm in Qingluo sky. 10,000 years later, he cultivated to the mystic light realm and easily retreated from a mystic true realm expert. Fang Chen did not answer Commander Kai Shin's question. Instead, he revealed some of the latter's important experiences. You know all this, and you still want to challenge me? Can I take it that you're courting death? Commander Kai Shin looked at Fang Chen and said, Before I came, you were the number one commander. But now that I'm here, the position of number one commander will change. Fang Chen's reply was very domineering. His goal was very simple, and that was to become the number one commander. Ha ha ha. Commander Kai Shin laughed. Are you kidding me? Did a Xian Star Realm martial artist think he was invincible just because he killed the Iron Tooth City Lord? After today, there will be no more Commander Kai Shin. There will only be me, Commander Hu Tian. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2517. Challenging Commander Kai Shin was something that no one had expected. Did a profound Star Realm cultivator really have the confidence to defeat Commander Kai Shin? Or was he just trying to gain the attention of the Xiu family? In any case, Fang Chen's every move had caused a lot of heated discussion. On the martial arts platform, Commander Kai Shin smiled coldly, his heart filled with strong killing intent. He thought that this was a slap in the face. Even if Yi Futian had great potential, he was just an ant in front of him. A mere ant dared to challenge him? However, Fang Chen was very domineering and confident, as if everything was under his control. Buzz. Commander Kai Shin stood in the middle of the martial arts platform, a cold light shooting out of his dark eyes. He stared at Fang Chen and said, Since you've challenged me, I'll let you know that it's not so easy to be one of the 10 great commanders. Coincidentally, I'll also tell you that it's not that difficult to be one of the 10 great commanders. Fang Chen spread his hands and grinned. Boom. A violent power came out of Commander Kai Shin's body. He grabbed at the void with his hand, and the void trembled. Too strong. Commander Chishin's strength was so strong that it shocked the other commanders. Commander Kai Shin hasn't fought for 100 years. I remember that the last time Commander Kai Shin fought, it was against a warrior who challenged him. I remember that a warrior who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth challenged Commander Kai Shin in that battle. His head was smashed by Commander Kai Shin's punch. After 100 years, someone had challenged Commander Kai Shin again. However, everyone was guessing what the result would be this time. Bang! Commander Kai Shin exerted all the power in his body and roared. A violent fist aura whizzed out. Dong! The void distorted. Wherever his fist passed, the space collapsed, and a trembling power spread out. Fortunately, the Xiu family patriarch and other experts had joined forces to set up a restriction. Otherwise, the entire city would have been destroyed. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Commander Kai Shin's fist landed hard on Fang Chen's body. Everyone thought that this punch would be enough to break Fang Chen's physical defense. However, the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. A crisp sound came from Commander Kai Shin's fist. Black vibrating golden armor appeared around Fang Chen's body, and a powerful defense shrouded him, forcibly blocking Commander Kai Shin's fist. Thump! Thump! Fang Chen's body involuntarily took a few steps back. His expression changed. He looked at the black vibrating golden armor that covered his body, and curled his lips. It had to be said that Commander Kai Shin's physical strength was very strong, not much weaker than his. Even the Heijin golden armor had a crack on it. One could imagine how strong his physical strength was. Kai Shin's power? Fang Kai Shin's eyes. Kai Shin. Commander Kai Shin's expression was indifferent as he said disdainfully, "This is just a warm-up." If you can't even withstand this punch, how can you be my opponent? Below, everyone was shocked. Kaishin's. A simple punch was enough to shatter his opponent's black vibration golden armor. Commander Kaishin has become stronger again. Yes, the Lord of Huitian City is wearing black vibrating golden armor, but he still made a crack on it. In terms of physical strength alone, Commander Kaishin should be able to defeat the 10 commanders, right? No wonder he's so confident. That's nothing. Commander Kaishin is an expert who wants to challenge the 5 feudal lords. He has a lot of trump cards. It's not difficult for him to deal with the Lord of Huitian City. After witnessing the strength of Commander Kaishin, many cultivators supported Commander Kaishin and looked down on the city lord of Huitian City. However, on the martial arts arena, Fang Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. He was very relaxed. Seeing this, Commander Kaishin said gloomily, "I hope you can still laugh later." As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Kaishin stomped his foot, clenched his fists again, and punched out. Rumble. As Commander Kaishin approached Fang Chen, his fists, carrying extremely violent power, touched Fang Chen's body. Piss off. Fang Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he gathered his strength and punched out with both fists, clashing with Commander Kaishin. Dong. The vibrating power spread out, and both of them retreated a few steps at the same time. Commander Kaishin took a deep breath, and a trace of light flashed through his dark eyes. Then, while everyone was surprised, specks of starlight shot out from Commander Kaishin's hands. Scarlet Heart darts were Commander Kaishin's unique technique. It was also one of his important moves. Scarlet Heart darts were made from powerful meteorites and had extremely strong penetrating power. Normal Mystic Light Realm warriors couldn't block them. Whoosh! Commander Kaishin waved his hand, and 36 Scarlet Heart darts flew out, surrounding Fang Chen in the air. Scarlet Heart darts. Before the competition, Fang Chen had learned about Commander Kaishin in detail. Although Commander Kaishin's Scarlet Heart darts were strong, there were some loopholes. The best way to deal with Scarlet Heart darts was Kanglan Cloud Palm. This technique came from Venerable Kanglan, and it was one of Venerable Kanglan's famous techniques. Fang Chen had been secretly comprehending it all this time, and now it finally came in handy. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed, turning into a series of after-images. In an instant, Fang Chen raised his hand, and countless hands appeared in the air. Each of his palms contained a powerful butterfly cloud concept. Whoosh! When these palms came into contact with the Scarlet Heart dart, they actually managed to hold it in their hands. Crack! In just a few breaths' time, the Scarlet Heart darts, which were so powerful that many warriors trembled, fell into Fang Chen's hands. After the numerous hands in the air dispersed, the 36 Scarlet Heart darts fell into his hands. Fang Chen picked up one of them and played with it playfully. Scarlet Heart darts are only SOSO, right? Fang Chen said softly. The square below was dead silent. Wasn't this too abnormal? How powerful did it take to catch the Scarlet Heart darts with his bare hands? For a moment, everyone looked at Fang Chen with a strange look in their eyes. Huh! Even Commander Scarlet Heart was a little surprised. Only the Xiao clan leader and Venerable He Kai on the rostrum recognized Fang Chen's technique. Venerable Kanglan's Kanglan Cloud Palm? The Xiao clan leader was puzzled. This guy seems to have had a lot of opportunities. Venerable He Kai chuckled. As a venerable, he was somewhat famous in the chaotic void, and his self-created Kanglan Cloud Palm was a top-secret palm technique. He didn't expect Fang Chen to have obtained Venerable Kanglan's inheritance. Using Kanglan Cloud Palm to deal with the Scarlet Heart darts. Ha ha ha, how wonderful. Venerable He Kai was still thinking about how Fang Chen would deal with the Scarlet Heart darts without using swordsmanship. After all, the Scarlet Heart darts were very powerful. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Venerable He Kai wanted to laugh. On the martial arts stage, Commander Scarlet Heart's face became gloomier. He was struggling in his heart and burning with anger. The Scarlet Heart darts he was so proud of were easily broken by his opponent. If that's all you've got, you should just admit defeat. Fang Chen joked. Commander Scarlet Heart was furious. Temph, So what if I caught the scarlet heart darts? Watch my next attack. It'll be unforgettable. These scarlet heart darts are useless. Fang Chen ignored Commander Scarlet Heart and said to himself, the three-eyed bear king seems to like eating them. I'll leave them for him. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarlet heart darts in his hand disappeared. Commander Scarlet Heart was even more furious. Feeding his scarlet heart darts to a monster was too much. You've gone too far. A long spear appeared in Commander Scarlet Heart's hand. There was a trace of red tassels dancing on the tip of the spear, and its aura was shocking. He held the spear in his hand, and his dark eyes were spitting fire. Boy, you've gone too far. He held the spear horizontally in front of his chest, and there was a burning aura in the air. Rip! Commander Scarlet Heart shook his wrist, and the spear pierced into the void in front of him. Immediately, the void collapsed, and a black hole appeared. Whoosh! A terrifying devouring power emerged from the black hole, as if it was going to devour Fang Chen. Are you finally serious? Fang Chen smiled and took out the star-concealing sword. Take my spear. Chapter 25:18. As the spear stabbed out, the sky changed color. The entire sky quickly darkened as pitch-black clouds filled the sky. In this dark illusion, a red-tasseled spear pierced through the darkness and whizzed out. It carried an aura that even mystic light realm martial artists were surprised by. Red-tasseled sky thorn. Commander Kai Shin roared. The red-tasseled spear pierced through the sky and the void, arriving in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen performed the 14th move of the Shura sword art. A cold light shot into the sky. The hidden star sword was surrounded by dense Shura sword chi. When the aura rose to the strongest, the oppressive atmosphere was finally broken. The red-tasseled spear and the hidden star sword collided. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided again. Sparks flew everywhere, and the two completely different forces collided with a loud bang. Dong! The martial arts stage shook and trembled. The tip of the sword and the tip of the spear couldn't do anything to each other, and the two auras surrounding them were engaged in the most tenacious confrontation. Hiss! In a few breaths' time, the two completely different auras exhausted each other and collapsed. Whoosh! The sky suddenly became clear, and there were no energy fluctuations on the martial arts stage. It was as if everything before was an illusion. Only the confrontation between the hidden star sword and the red-tasseled spear in the center of the martial arts stage could prove that there was indeed a great battle just now. The air became calmer and calmer. However, the calmer it was, the more terrifying it was. A terrifying power was brewing. Fang Chen and Commander Kai Shin's eyes were also facing each other. The confrontation between the hidden star sword and the red-tasseled spear was a confrontation at the primordial spirit level. Fang Chen immediately performed the innate soul reversal technique. The terrifying soul power spear turned illusory to the extreme and collided with Commander Kai Shin's soul power. Crack! In terms of soul power, Commander Kai Shin was no match for Fang Chen at all. In addition, when Fang Chen performed the innate soul reversal technique, his eyes released a powerful illusion. In a single exchange, Commander Kai Shin's soul Dao attack was defeated. Then, Commander Kai Shin's body shook, and an intense pain came from his mind, directly affecting the power output of the red-tasseled spear. Bang! A violent airwave burst out from the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword, sending Commander Kai Shin flying. Thud, thud, thud. After stabilizing himself, Commander Kai Shin's expression kept changing. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. At this moment, he finally began to take the battle seriously. Whoosh! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The 14th move of the Azura sword art had barely blocked Commander Kai Shin's attack. However, the next attack would definitely be thunderous. Good, very good. Commander Kai Shin said, "It's been a long time since anyone has been able to force me to this extent. You should be proud." As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Kai Shin attacked again. The red-tasseled spear danced in the air as streaks of red light appeared in the sky. When the red light completely merged together, it formed an illusory red-tasseled spear. Illusory stab. One illusory and one real, one in front and one behind. This stab was earth-shattering. Too strong. Did Commander Kai Shin really master this move? The crowd exclaimed. Some of the weaker martial artists retreated quickly. The powerful airwaves made them feel extremely pressured. Even Venerable Hei Kai and the others on the rostrum widened their eyes. Commander Kai Shin's illusory stab had already reached the limit of the mystic light realm. To be able to comprehend such an attack, Commander Kai Shin was simply a genius. If given the chance, it wouldn't take long for him to enter the mystic true realm. Back then, many experts in Azure Heaven had said that Commander Kai Shin had the chance to challenge the 5 feudal lords. It wasn't without reason. The illusory stab was Commander Kai Shin's most powerful attack so far. He had originally planned to leave it for the 5 feudal lords, but Fang Chen's swordsmanship was too strong, so he had to use it in advance. Whoosh! It looked illusory, but it was actually real. This stab was a bit interesting. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the red-tasseled spear's trajectory. The illusory spear was in front, and the red-tasseled spear was behind. If it were an ordinary person, they might give up on the illusory spear and attack the red-tasseled spear with all their might. Fang Chen said. However, he wouldn't do that. That was just what an ordinary person would do. As a warrior who was extremely skilled in illusions, Fang Chen saw the real intention of the illusory stab. In fact, all the power of this move was contained in the illusory spear. The red-tasseled spear was at most the most ordinary attack. Haha. After understanding this point, Fang Chen immediately drugged the opponent. Shura sword technique, 15th move. This was Fang Chen's strongest swordsmanship so far. If this move couldn't even defeat his opponent, then he would have to use his trump card. The dazzling sword radiance burst out with a dazzling radiance. As it stood in the void, the surrounding radiance gradually dimmed. In the end, it seemed to be the most ordinary attack. This was the essence of the Shura sword technique's 15th move, return to simplicity. All paths led to the same destination. The simpler it was, the harder it was to achieve it. The moment Fang Chen comprehended the 15th move, he had completely mastered this essence. Whoosh! The sword light shot toward the illusory spear. As for the red-tasseled spear, Fang Chen blocked it with his bare hands. Is he crazy? Doesn't this guy know that it's just an illusory spear? How strong can the attack be? Idiot! What an idiot! Ignoring the curses of the people below, Fang Chen wholeheartedly immersed himself in fighting the enemy. On the rostrum, many elders were also discussing in low voices. The happiest ones were the patriarch of the Xiu clan and Venerable Hei Kai. They were looking forward to seeing how much potential Fang Chen could unleash and how much power he could unleash. Commander Kai Shin, who was attacking with all his strength, was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He must have blocked it carelessly. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could see through his attack. That must be it. Thinking of this, Commander Kai Shin gritted his teeth, held the red-tasseled spear in his hand, and stabbed out fiercely. Dong! Fang Chen grabbed the red-tasseled spear with both hands first and firmly controlled it. Just when everyone thought that the power in the red-tasseled spear could shatter Fang Chen, something strange happened. Above Fang Chen, the Shura sword light collided with the illusory spear. Dong! Like a mushroom cloud, a terrifying explosive force soared into the sky. The formation restriction shook and was almost destroyed. Boom! The martial artists in the square were staggering left and right, their hearts filled with palpitations. How is this possible? They exclaimed in panic. They couldn't believe that such a powerful force could erupt from the illusory spear. At this time, they recalled what Fang Chen had just done and gasped. Could it be that he had predicted this beforehand? It was crazy. At this moment, the battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone widened their eyes, for fear of missing any second of the excitement. Crack! After the Shura sword light collided with the illusory spear, it instantly shattered. The illusory spear persisted for a while before gradually dissipating. In this regard, the Shura stab was slightly better than Fang Chen's. However, it failed to defeat Fang Chen in the end. Rip! Fang Chen suddenly let go, and the red-tasseled spear immediately regained its freedom and bounced backward. Commander Kai Shin rushed up and held the red-tasseled spear back in his hand. I don't believe it. Commander Kai Shin didn't believe it and continued to attack with the Shura stab. After the first experience, Fang Chen dealt with it more calmly. Although the 15th move of the Shura swordsmanship was slightly suppressed, he could still deal with it calmly. Crack! After more than 10 consecutive collisions, Commander Kai Shin finally stopped attacking. He was panting, his face was pale, and his perlicue was bleeding. There were also traces of scratches on the red tasseled spear. All of this was caused by the star-hidden sword. Fang Chen wasn't much better. He looked a little embarrassed, and there were also some scratches on the star-hidden sword. In this battle, the two of them were evenly matched, and neither of them could do anything to the other. However, on a certain level, Commander Kai Shin had actually lost. However, the battle of the top 10 commanders was about the final result. No one had admitted defeat yet, so the battle was still going on. Chapter 25:19. The battle was still going on, and neither of them seemed to want to give up. This was a peak battle. Before this, everyone thought that it would be a one-sided battle. But now, the two of them had turned in an extremely exciting battle. It was too satisfying and too shocking. Everyone trembled. He had even used the illusory stab. What other tricks did Commander Kai Shin have? On the martial arts arena, Commander Kai Shin's ferocious face gradually calmed down. The more critical the moment was, the more he couldn't panic. How could an expert like him, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, lose his composure because of this? Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Commander Kai Shin stood on the martial arts arena, holding the red tasseled spear in his hand. I admit that you are very powerful, and your swordsmanship is exquisite. You are the swordsman with the greatest potential I have seen in all these years. Speaking of this, Commander Kai Shin changed the topic and said, however, you will never know how terrifying the opponent standing in front of you is. As one of the top 10 commanders, his foundation was not something that an individual cultivator could compare with after so many years. At this moment, Commander Kai Shin showed his strong confidence. Although the latter's strength had exceeded his expectations, everything was still under control. However, everything was still under his control. He believed that he could win this final battle. What other tricks do you have? Just use them, Fang Chen said indifferently. Commander Kai Shin nodded. An opponent like you deserves my respect. In order to express my respect for you, I will use all my strength in the Jianghu. This secret has been hidden for countless years. So far, those who have seen my trump card have all died. At this moment, Commander Kai Shin no longer held back. He would win the final battle in his strongest state. Fang Chen was also very curious about what Commander Kai Shin's trump card was. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely violent power surged out of Commander Kai Shin's body. No! Fang Chen frowned. He found that something was wrong. This was because there was a trace of demonic qi in this power. Although it was insignificant, he could really sense it. Could it be that he is a demon? Soon, he gave up on this idea because a huge phantom of a tiger appeared behind Commander Kai Shin. A totem inheritor? Everyone in the square exclaimed in surprise. The appearance of old eccentric Spring-Autumn was already shocking enough. He didn't expect that even Commander Kai Shin, the head of the top 10 commanders, was a totem inheritor. Commander Kai Shin has hidden himself too well. The totem inheritor is too powerful. Commander Kai Shin will definitely win this time. Many people cried out in alarm, completely boiling over. Even old monster Spring-Autumn's body stiffened. His expression was wooden as he stared blankly at Commander Kai Shin. Totem. Fang Chen took a deep breath and stared at Commander Kai Shin with his dark eyes. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that the latter was also a totem inheritor. The tiger phantom opened its bloody mouth and roared continuously. A trembling power spread out. At this moment, Commander Kai Shin said coldly, "What do you have to fight me now? With just your three-eyed bear king?" Obviously, Commander Kai Shin had also paid attention to Fang Chen's competition. Roar. The three-eyed bear king was released by Fang Chen. Facing the tiger phantom behind Commander Kai Shin, the former was a little afraid. However, it still braced itself and charged forward to fight. The three-eyed bear king was very strong. It could eat the blue Jew snake king alive. This was evident from this. Bang! However, Commander Chishin's totem power was too strong. The tiger phantom had almost reached the limit of the mystic light realm, and its combat power was comparable to a mystic true realm cultivator. As soon as the three-eyed bear king rushed forward, it was sent flying by the tiger phantom's claw. "Open your sky eye!" The three-eyed bear king rose from the ground and uttered a furious roar, as the third eye on its forehead sprang open. A beam of light shot out from it, carrying a destructive power as it shot toward the tiger phantom. Bang! Commander Kaishin tried to block with his red tasseled spear, but with a crack, the red tasseled spear was broken in half. Then, it slammed into the tiger phantom. Roar! The tiger phantom roared at the sky and opened its bloody mouth. Under everyone's gaze, it swallowed the beam of light. "We can't." The tiger phantom actually opened its mouth to speak. Under normal circumstances, totems were illusory and couldn't speak at all. Unless the totem was refined to a very high level. Old Monster Spring and Autumn was inferior to a totem inheritor. Bang! The three-eyed bear king's strongest attack was blocked by the tiger phantom. The latter's huge body was pushed back, and its face was pale. Using a forbidden technique had consumed too much energy, and it was a bit weak. "Master, I can't block it. You should summon the nine-feathered sky sparrow." The nine-feathered sky sparrow was the emperor of the sparrows. It had evolved to its strongest stage and was extremely powerful. The three-eyed bear king was far from being its match. Fang Chen thought to himself. The nine-feathered sky sparrow was very important, and he couldn't expose it for now. Otherwise, he would become a target for everyone. "You go back first." Fang Chen sent the three-eyed bear king into the demon ceiling tower. Many martial artists on the square gasped. Even the three-eyed bear king had been defeated. What else could the Huitian city lord do? "What else can you do?" Commander Kaishin asked coldly. Behind him, the totem phantom displayed absolute power. His face was filled with pride. He was a totem inheritor, the purest and most powerful totem inheritor. Previously, when Old Monster Spring and Autumn revealed his identity, he was very disdainful. "My totem power is invincible. Even if a mysterious realm martial artist is here, I dare to challenge him. What do you have to fight me?" Commander Kaishin was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He had the right to be arrogant. Once the totem appeared, who could compete with him? For a moment, many martial artists who supported Fang Chen lowered their heads in silence. On the rostrum, the Xiao clan leader and Black-Red Venerable were also slightly stunned. Two long-lost totem inheritors had appeared at once. What was this? Was the totem technique about to return to its peak? "How can this guy resist?" the Xiao clan leader said lightly. Venerable Black-Red Venerable's face was solemn. To be able to fight to this point has already proven his potential and strength. Even if he loses the next battle, it doesn't matter. Venerable Black-Red Venerable was proud of Fang Chen. His strength was completely worthy of being one of the top 10 commanders. Unfortunately, he met Commander Kaishin. However, Fang Chen on the martial arts stage did not give up. "What do I have to fight you?" Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He put away the hidden star sword and restrained his aura, as if he had become an ordinary person. "Your totem power is indeed very strong, but it's just an external force after all." Fang Chen said, "You can use external forces, but can't I?" Venerable Black-Red Venerable had announced in advance that the rules allowed the use of beast pets. Although the three-eyed bear king was defeated, he still had the beast army. However, Fang Chen did not intend to use the beast army. If he wanted to deal with the totem power, it was more about quality than quantity. In a flash, he had already communicated with the demon tiger and beast. It just so happened that Commander Kaishin's totem was a tiger. The demon tiger and beast was also a tiger, and the emperor of the tiger race. When the demonic tiger beast sovereign attacked, it was almost effortless for it to defeat him. However, how could he defeat it without exposing the demon tiger and beast? Fang Chen fell into deep thought. "Master, if I want to destroy the opponent's totem, I will definitely expose my identity. However, if it's just to defeat it, I have many ways, the immaterial demon tiger and beast said telepathically. Oh! Fang Chen's eyes shone with golden light, and he was faintly looking forward to it. I will suppress the opponent's totem with the power of bloodline, and then crush it with the power of devour heaven. After that, I will quickly return to the demon sealing tower. I think that other than the Xiao clan leader and Venerable Black-Red Venerable, no one can see my true form, the demon tiger and beast said. Fang Chen nodded and quickly came to a conclusion. At this time, he happened to hear Commander Kai Shin's clamor. Fang Chen grinned. After fighting for so long, you must have used all your trump cards, right? Let's see what else you can do after I defeat your totem. There was an uproar below. How difficult was it to defeat a totem? It was simply wishful thinking. The inheritor of the totem was destined to become famous in the azure-wide sky because of this battle. Chapter 2520. How difficult was it to defeat a totem? However, in Fang Chen's mouth, it sounded so nonchalant. Was he really that confident, or was he just trying to please the crowd? It was no longer important now. What was important was that the two of them would bring an exciting battle to the crowd. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew past. Countless cultivators stared at the martial arts arena with burning eyes. At this moment, there was only the martial arts arena in their world. There was nothing else. It was already incredible that a Mystic Star Realm cultivator could force Commander Kai Shin, who was at the Mystic Light Realm, to such an extent. But now, he actually said that he would defeat the totem. It was too shocking, to the point of no return. Ha ha! Defeat the totem? Even Commander Kai Shin was laughing wildly. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Unless a Mystic True Realm cultivator appeared, a Mystic Star Realm cultivator would be unable to defeat the totem. Like I said before, I want to defeat you. Although I'm still one step away from fulfilling my promise, did you think of this at the time? Fang Chen said calmly. I remember that you had a mocking look on your face and even thought that you could defeat me easily. But what was the truth? Fang Chen spread his hands and said, you used the illusory stab continuously, but you couldn't hurt me at all. Then you used the totem divine technique, but you still couldn't defeat me. I don't understand. What are you so proud of? Commander Kai Shin was very calm in front of Fang Chen's merciless mockery. The ending is often the most important. You see that they're all watching the show, but when the result is out, who cares about the process? Commander Kai Shin pointed at the people below and said, after I defeat you, no one will remember you. Instead, everyone will talk about me, Commander Kai Shin. From ancient times until now, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. This is a principle that has never changed. So, Fang Chen shrugged. So, you're destined to be the loser. Countless years later, when people talk about this battle, they will only remember that I, Commander Kai Shin, was a powerful totem inheritor. As for my opponent, he's just a particle in the dust of history. Commander Kai Shin was sure that he would win. However, Fang Chen was so confident. For a moment, everyone thought they were seeing an illusion. What other trump cards does the City Lord have? Temph, he's just putting on an act. I don't believe that he can defeat Commander Chishin's totem power. At this point, I can only say that anything is possible. Some people supported Fang Chen, some supported Commander Kai Shin, and some chose to remain neutral. Regardless of the outcome, this battle was destined to go down in history. Forget it. Fang Chen still wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and stopped talking. The totem reappears. Commander Kai Shin didn't want to waste any more time. With a low roar, the totem phantom behind him suddenly opened its bloody mouth and enveloped Fang Chen as if it had the ability to swallow the sky. The smell of blood filled the air. The corrosive power was so strong that cracks started to appear on the array around the martial arts platform. Voila! The Xiao clan patriarch waved his hand, and the shaking formation was restored to its original state. Do it. Fang Chen stood quietly. Seeing that Commander Chishin's totem phantom was about to touch him, he shouted softly. Boom! His body emitted a power that caused people to tremble. Whoosh! A ray of light whizzed out, carrying a majestic power, and shot toward the totem phantom. Buzz! The pressure from the bloodline directly suppressed the totem phantom. The originally arrogant totem phantom suddenly prostrated on the ground, trembling. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the trembling light struck the illusory totem and pierced through it. Crack! The extremely powerful totem phantom was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Whoosh! Whoosh! A fierce wind blew, blowing away the totem power. Voila! It only took a breath for the totem phantom to return to normal. Even a mysterious reality realm martial artist couldn't withstand a full-strength attack from the demon tiger and beast, let alone a mere totem phantom. Seeing this scene, the Shou clan patriarch and Venerable Black Red jumped to their feet. Complicated expressions appeared on their faces. They looked at each other, and then at Fang Chen. A ripple of emotion appeared in their hearts. Bang! Commander Kaishin suffered a powerful backlash, and his body flew backward and fell to the ground. There were no energy fluctuations in the air. Fang Chen stood quietly on the martial arts stage with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Where's Commander Chishin's totem phantom? The totem phantom has been defeated. What's going on? Look, Commander Kaishin has been sent flying. Finally, there was a great commotion in the square. Everyone stared at Commander Kaishin, who had fallen to the ground, with their mouths agape. Such a powerful totem phantom had been defeated in a breath. What method did the city lord of Huitian City use? Many people had doubts in their hearts. After a long time, the Shou clan patriarch and Venerable Black Red sighed. He's the mysterious god with the greatest potential in this era. This evaluation was already the strongest evaluation for the younger generation. Even the Shou clan patriarch didn't expect Fang Chen to reach this level. That black shadow just now should be a powerful venerable beast, right? Venerable Black Red thought to himself. But that venerable beast seems to be injured, and its strength has decreased. This kid always surprises people. If he could even take a venerable beast for himself, what else could he not do? Commander Chishin's defeat was justified. Fang Chen's method was too amazing. Patriarch, I highly suspect that someone secretly helped the city lord of Huitian City. Yes, Commander Chishin's totem power is so strong. How could the city lord of Huitian City defeat him? There must be an inside story. Patriarch, please investigate. This was a group of people who supported Commander Kaishin. They couldn't accept the fact. Humph. The Shou clan patriarch flung his sleeves and snorted, but he didn't say anything. Venerable Black Red waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Then, he explained, Patriarch and I saw very clearly that the city lord of Huitian City didn't violate the rules. No one secretly helped him. The reason why he was able to defeat the totem shadow was entirely his own method. Since Venerable Black Red said so, no one refuted. However, when they looked at Fang Chen, their eyes were filled with a strange expression. This year's battle of the 10 great commanders was the most exciting of the previous years. Most importantly, a mysterious Star Realm martial artist had become the #1 commander. It was simply unbelievable. On the martial arts platform, Fang Chen seemed relatively calm. The demon tiger and beast is indeed very strong. If he wasn't injured, even the Shou clan patriarch and Venerable Black Red wouldn't be able to defeat him, right? A venerable beast, the emperor of the Desolate Lands demon clan, was also an extreme venerable at its peak. Now, even if it was injured, it could kill the totem shadow in minutes. Commander Kaishin, who had suffered a backlash, fainted and was carried down. For a moment, Fang Chen became the most dazzling existence in the entire square. In this year's battle of the 10 great commanders, Old Monster Spring Autumn defeated Commander Jin Shi and succeeded him as the 10th commander. The city lord of Huitian City defeated Commander Kaishin and succeeded him as the #1 commander, Venerable Black Red said. From now on, the city lord of Huitian City is the #1 commander of Qingluo Heaven. The other commanders must cooperate with him and obey his orders. Understood. The other 9 commanders nodded in unison. What a joke. Even an expert like Commander Kaishin had been defeated. Even if the 9 of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen. Old Monster Spring Autumn, who was standing at the end, had a complicated look in his eyes. Fang Chen had participated in the competition with him. He had taken advantage of the situation to defeat Commander Jin Shi, but the latter had defeated the number 1 commander directly. The difference was like heaven and earth. Sigh. He sighed and didn't say anything else. In the square, countless people were crazily shouting Fang Chen's name. Just as Commander Kai Shin had said, people only remembered the victors. No matter how amazing the losers were, they would be forgotten by history. This was human nature. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Fang Chen followed Venerable Black Red to the meeting hall. This also marked the end of the battle of the 10 great commanders. Many of the city lords in the same faction as the city lord of Iron-Tooth City felt their hearts palpitate. They hurriedly left the Shou clan's headquarters city. Chapter 25-21. In the meeting hall of the Shou clan's headquarters. The simple meeting hall contained a scholarly aura, giving off a simple and down-to-earth feeling. The Shou clan's patriarch sat at the head of the table while Venerable Black Red sat on his left. Fang Chen, come and sit here. Venerable Black Red pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Oh, right, I should call you Commander Fang now." Fang Chen chuckled and said, "Senior Black Red, please don't joke around." Venerable Black Red waved his hand and said, "I'm not joking. You defeated Commander Kaishin with your own strength and became the number 1 commander. You've achieved what you have now because of yourself. I didn't help you at all." Venerable Black Red admired Fang Chen more and more. No matter how one looked at it, he was outstanding enough. Unfortunately, he was not a disciple of the Shou clan. Nevertheless, the silver lining was that he was the successor of his best friend, Venerable Demon Sword. He could see Venerable Demon Sword's figure in him when he was young. Back then, Venerable Demon Sword also wielded his sword and traveled to the ends of the world, right? Fang Chen did not stand on ceremony and sat next to Venerable Black Red. It was his first time coming into contact with a limit Venerable, so he was rather nervous. The Shou clan's patriarch was very calm. There was no aura fluctuation on his body as he looked at Fang Chen with a smile. "Hei Kai has told me about your background," the patriarch said. The Shou clan patriarch said, "It's not easy for a wandering cultivator to reach this level. I saw the Azura sword path, Kanglan sword path, and many other orthodoxies in you. I'm sure you've been quite lucky to have obtained many inheritances along the way." It happened to prove that Fang Chen was the chosen one and was blessed by providence. Since ancient times, the monstrous geniuses were blessed by providence. Only those with great providence could reach the peak of glory. Your physique is the rare myriad sword's body in sword path, and you've cultivated it to the 8th level. You can kill a mysterious Star Realm martial artist with just one punch, the Shou clan's patriarch said. In terms of physique, you're invincible in the mysterious Star Realm. You have cultivated a decent secret technique for your soul Dao. However, you have yet to fully unleash your potential. There's also your sword Dao. You've only comprehended a portion of the Azura sword Dao. You've yet to comprehend its true essence. Of course, if my guess is correct, you should have the demon sealing tower on you, right? Fang Chen was a little surprised by the last sentence. He cautiously looked at the patriarch of the Shou clan. The demon sealing tower was a supreme true treasure. If the patriarch of the Shou clan was tempted, there was no way he could escape. "Ha ha ha, don't worry. A trifling demon sealing pagoda isn't enough for me to make a move against you." Seemingly having seen through Fang Chen's thoughts, the Shou clan patriarch laughed heartily. Immediately, Fang Chen's face turned slightly red. He was a little embarrassed. But at the same time, Fang Chen secretly admired the Shou clan patriarch. An ultimate venerable one is formidable indeed. They were able to see through my secrets just by watching me fight. Unfortunately, he didn't see that I have great Emperor Shu Shen's inheritance and the profound heaven all. You're now the number 1 general of the Azure Civ Plain. We're family now, so I won't treat you as an outsider, said the Shou clan patriarch. Fang Chen listened attentively. I already know everything you did in Dark Cave Mountain. I didn't believe it at first, but after watching you fight, I realized that a mere genius of the profound ranking can't possibly be your opponent. Not to mention the son of Sirius and Zhong Xiangshan, even Shu Zichen might not be your match, said the Shou clan patriarch. Fang Chen's deeds had spread through the chaotic void. However, the Azure Civ Plain was a bit far from Dark Cave Mountain, so the news hadn't reached them yet. Only high-level experts like the Shou clan patriarch knew a little about it. Right now, the Yarrow and vampires are hunting you down, but as long as you're in the Azure Civ Plain, I can guarantee your safety, said the Shou clan patriarch. Fang Chen, don't worry. Your strength has already earned the Shou clan's approval. Although you're only a general now, the Shou clan patriarch is already considering your situation, added Venerable Black and Red. Really? Fang Chen was excited. If the Shou clan patriarch could personally take action, that would be wonderful. As the Shou clan patriarch, I can't do it myself. Otherwise, it'll trigger a chaotic war between the two heavens. However, I can send the clan's peak venerables to help you, said the Shou clan patriarch. But what? Everything comes at a price. The Shou clan can't help you for free. Great clans valued benefits above all else. Even if Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying, he still needed to pay a sufficient price to get help. As you know, something happened in the Azure Civ Plain a few days ago. Many city lords have betrayed us. I even suspect that some of the generals have betrayed us. The Shou clan patriarch said, "My mission for you is simple. Find all the traitorous generals and kill them with a reasonable excuse. Don't let any of the city lords go." Fang Chen nodded heavily. This wasn't a difficult mission. With his current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to accomplish this. When you complete the mission, I'll send troops to the Sky Pillar sect to ask for them, said the Shou clan patriarch. Thank you, patriarch. Thank you, senior Black and Red. Fang Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. All right, you may leave. Venerable Black and Red waved his hand. After watching Fang Chen leave, Venerable Black and Red exchanged a look with the Shou clan patriarch and grinned. What do you think? Asked Venerable Black and Red. Not bad. He's brave and resourceful, and has many tricks up his sleeve. Given the strength he used to defeat Commander Kai Shin, he'll be able to escape unscathed even if a profound reality realm cultivator attacks him, said the Shou clan patriarch. Such a person can help us complete our plan. Although the Shou clan has seemed powerful in recent years, there have been internal problems. This time, we'll use Fang Chen as a breakthrough point to clean up the Shou clan, said Venerable Black and Red. The news of Fang Chen becoming the first commander-in-chief quickly spread. The entire Azure Civ Plain was in an uproar. The position of the first general that hadn't changed for many years had actually changed. Moreover, a profound star realm cultivator had taken his place. It was too unbelievable. Many people thought the news was wrong, but after many rounds of verification, they finally believed it. Some were happy, while others were worried. After Commander Kai Shin's demotion, some generals began to panic. Even the city lords who'd betrayed the Shou clan were secretly regretting it. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's name had spread in a small area of the chaotic void. However, the people in Mosha Sky were completely unaware of all of this. As of today, Goldie and the others' cultivations had all increased. Although they weren't as abnormal as their boss, they had all reached the limit of the profound Qi realm. When the four of them joined forces, a profound star realm cultivator wasn't their match at all. The four of them had also made a name for themselves in Mosha Sky. The Four Maniacs of Mosha. This title was very consistent with their image. The four of them roamed Mosha Sky and challenged experts whenever they encountered them. After so many years, if the experts in Mosha Sky were asked who they were most afraid of, it would definitely be the Four Maniacs of Mosha Sky. When the four of them fought, they were simply like lunatics. As soon as they came up, they would start a fight without caring about anything. After a few rounds of fighting, they would defeat their opponents and leave without a word. Their opponents were dumbfounded. What was going on? If they were enemies, they would definitely take the opportunity to kill them, right? But if they weren't enemies, why would they come up and beat them up for no reason and then leave? At first, many people didn't know and were curious about the identities of these four fellows. However, when the name of the Four Maniacs of Mosha Sky gradually spread, everyone finally understood. Everyone was cursing in their hearts and praying at the same time that they wouldn't encounter these 4 gods of plague. They were too terrifying. I wonder how our boss is doing. On a mountain peak, Xiao Huang said. Our boss has entered Dark Cave Mountain. He shouldn't have come out yet. When our boss comes out, he must kill his way to the Tianqing clan and kill them all. The Tianqing clan is too much. When the 4 fellows thought of Fang Chen, they were slightly sad. They didn't know when their boss would come out, but they all missed him very much. However, they didn't notice that a familiar figure was approaching them. Cake, brothers, I, Lord Rat, am back. Did you guys miss me? Lord Rat muttered to himself as he ran. Chapter 25-22. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed since they parted. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Only the brotherhood remained in their hearts. As the 4 brothers chatted, they thought of Little Mouse and became sad. It would be great if Brother Mouse was here. Brother Mouse died because he saved us. No matter what, he's still our good brother. That's right. Brother Mouse's unfulfilled wish will be fulfilled by us. The 4 brothers nodded and fell into deep thought. A sorrowful atmosphere gradually spread in the air. Once upon a time, the 5 of them roamed the world together. But now, they were separated by life and death. If there really was a hell in this world, the 4 of them would find Brother Mouse even if they had to go to the heavens. Kakaka. Little Mouse was flying in the air. He was excited even before he saw Xiao Huang and the others. The 4 of you, in the period of time that I wasn't around, you guys seem to be living quite comfortably. Since you guys are the overlords of Mo Shotian. Little Mouse muttered to himself. It must be because of Boss. Otherwise, how could 4 rookies like you do it? Little Mouse snorted. After a while, he saw the 4 brothers sitting on the mountain peak below through the clouds. After so many years, you guys still haven't changed. Little Mouse stopped moving. His body was trembling. He was very excited. Whoosh. When the sad atmosphere spread throughout the mountain peak, a sudden voice broke the silence. I've only been away for 20 years and you've changed from Brother Mouse to Brother Mouse? Are you guys trying to rebel? The sudden voice caused the 4 fellows to be momentarily stunned. Then, they raised their heads and saw a handsome man standing on the bluestone on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He was looking at them with a smile. Brother Mouse. The 4 of them stood up excitedly. At the same time, they rubbed their eyes to make sure that it wasn't an illusion. Brother Mouse, are you really still alive? Ha ha ha, that's great. Brother Mouse is still alive. Wait. Pangolin, who was the calmest, stopped them. You all saw what happened back then. Brother Rat died. Pangolin reminded. Are you saying that this person is an imposter? Xiao Huang was the first to rush out. He put his hands on his waist and stared at the little mouse with his dark eyes. He shouted, Who are you? How dare you impersonate Brother Mouse? Pangolin's words ignited the anger of the 4 brothers. The little mouse was a little stunned. He touched his nose and said helplessly, I'm not an imposter. You're lying. Seeing that Xiao Huang was about to flip out, the little mouse hurriedly transformed into its original form. Roar. The purple aura emerged, and the huge shadow of the purple rat whizzed out. It let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Is it really Brother Shu? One could disguise their appearance, but not their aura. After the little mouse transformed into its original form, a familiar aura instantly spread out. The 4 brothers completely let down their last bit of vigilance and rushed toward the little mouse. The latter also transformed into its human form and hugged the 4 brothers tightly. Brother Shu, you're really alive. I'm so happy. We all thought that you were dead during the battle in the Demon City. We were sad for a long time. Yeah. After we enter the Demon City, we will avenge you and kill all the enemies who chased after us. Great. I knew that Brother Shu was lucky. How could he die so easily? For a moment, the 4 brothers felt complicated and excited. The 5 brothers hugged each other tightly. After a long while, they let go of each other. Xiao Huang looked at the little mouse carefully and asked, Brother Shu. Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped on the head by the little mouse. Call me Master Shu. Xiao Huang rolled his eyes helplessly. They hadn't seen each other for so many years, but the little mouse still hadn't changed. Yes, Master Shu. Back then, I clearly saw you fall. What happened? The other three were also very curious as they stared at the little mouse. It's a long story. At that time, I also thought that I was going to die. Who knew that an old man would appear at the critical moment and save me? The little mouse recalled. Later, I found out that the old man was actually an expert from the Mouse Clan. He accidentally came to the Demon City and found me. He saved me and asked me to return to the clan with him. In the end, I agreed, but my request was for him to save all of you. I see. The four of them came to a sudden realization. It was no wonder that when they were about to fall into a situation of certain death, the enemy suddenly fell. They were still suspecting who was the one behind all of this. It turned out that it was the helper that Master Shu had invited. Master Shu. The four of them had a heavy heart. In order to save them, the little mouse endured hardships and submitted to the elders of the clan. Don't be like this. Aren't I standing in front of you? The little mouse laughed and said, besides, when I returned to the clan, my strength increased very quickly. I've already reached the mystic star realm. Under my pleas, the elders finally agreed to let me out of the mountain. I came to find you guys immediately. The little mouse said, by the way, where did Boss go? Boss went to Dark Cave Mountain. We can't contact him, Xiao Huang said. The little mouse first went to Void Star Sky. After not finding Fang Chen and Xiao Huang, he came to Mosha Sky. Come. Tell me what happened in these years. The little mouse pulled the four brothers and sat on the green stone. Azure Sky, Iron City. In the battle square, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, staring in the direction of the City Lord Mansion. City Lord Iron City, come out and accept your death. Fang Chen's voice spread throughout the entire Iron City. His voice was mighty and alarmed many martial artists. Isn't this the new first commander? Is he going to take our Iron City down? I heard that the new first commander is super strong and can fight against a Mystic Realm martial artist. I wonder if it's true. I think City Lord Iron City is too scared to come out. TMPH, City Lord Iron City is already notorious. Now, he's finally going to be dealt with. Fang Chen's consciousness covered the entire Iron City. He paid close attention to City Lord Iron City's every move. The latter's body was trembling and he was crying for help. Whoosh! Fang Chen stomped his feet and rushed into the City Lord Mansion. Since you're not willing to come out, I'll take your life personally. As he spoke, Fang Chen came to the back of the mountain. At this moment, City Lord Iron City was kneeling in front of a black formation, begging. City Lord Iron City. Fang Chen's voice was like a hammer, hitting City Lord Iron City's heart heavily. Commander Fang. City Lord Iron City's face was filled with fear when he saw Fang Chen. Without thinking, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the black formation. Hiss. Hiss. Instantly, the black formation was activated and a sinister aura was emitted from it. Die. With a punch, City Lord Iron City's head was smashed. Catcher. At this moment, a black figure walked out from the black formation. Who are you? Fang Chen asked coldly. Little guy, you've crossed the line. The black figure said eerily. His body was filled with an extremely evil aura. Don't poke your nose into other people's business. TMPH, City Lord Iron City is one of the cities under my command. City Lord Iron City betrayed the Xiu family. What's wrong with me cleaning up the family? On the other hand, you guys are hiding and don't dare to show yourselves. Who do you think you are? Fang Chen sneered. You're courting death. The black figure was furious and attacked at lightning speed. Die. The hidden star sword danced and the 15th move of the Azura sword art was executed. Catcher. With one slash, the black figure dispersed. After being struck by the hidden star sword, the black figure dispersed and green liquid fell to the ground. It was extremely bloody. Huff. Huff. The black formation shook violently before finally shattering. Fang Chen's expression was solemn. It seemed like the forces behind the scenes had planned this for many years. Otherwise, They wouldn't be so meticulous. He quickly reported this matter to Venerable Hei Kai. The latter replied and asked him to continue killing the traitors. Next. After a short stay, Fang Chen left the Iron City after the new city lord was elected. After all, the Iron City was under his jurisdiction and the city lord was indispensable. Since the original city lord Iron City had fallen, he naturally had to replace him. This time, the new city lord was appointed by Venerable Hei Kai and was very reliable. Soon, Fang Chen arrived at the next city. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 25-23. In just a month, Fang Chen had eliminated more than half of the traitors. Every time he passed by a city, the city lord would tremble in fear. Poochie. After killing the last traitor, all the city lords in the 18 cities under his jurisdiction were refreshed. Next, it was up to the city lords to find the traitors in their cities. At this time, Fang Chen's target fell on the other commanders. He could use any excuse to kill the city lords. However, killing the commanders was a major event in the azure-wide heaven and needed to be taken seriously. Fang Chen looked at the list in his hand. Out of the 9 commanders, 6 were traitors. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the enemy's infiltration was. With my current strength, it's too easy to deal with these commanders, but I need to think of an excuse. Fang Chen thought to himself. Finally, he found Venerable Black-Red. Senior Black-Red. Fang Chen cupped his fists. You've done well recently. The Patriarch is very satisfied. Venerable Black-Red said, at this stage, your target should be the 6 commanders, right? Venerable Black-Red already knew why Fang Chen had come to find him. In 3 days, the 10 commanders will go to the Heavenly Cultivator secret territory together. Venerable Black-Red said. Hearing this, Fang Chen rolled his eyes and looked at Venerable Black-Red with a knowing smile. The Heavenly Cultivator secret territory was a relatively important territory of the Xiu clan. Under normal circumstances, only Xiu clan experts could enter it. However, an exception was made this time to allow the 10 commanders to enter in the name of training commanders. After this news spread, the 6 commanders who had betrayed the Xiu clan gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Do you think the Xiu clan has discovered us? It's possible that they've discovered 1 or 2, but not all of them. Then, is the Heavenly Cultivator secret territory targeting us this time? Not necessarily. The Xiu clan values Fang Chen very much. It's possible that they've opened the Heavenly Cultivator secret territory for him. In any case, we'll enter the Heavenly Cultivator secret territory and find a way to kill him together. We can also get some inheritance treasures while we're at it. Soon, the 6 commanders finished their discussion. 3 days later, Venerable Hei Kai and the Xiu clan leader walked side by side and arrived at the forbidden area behind the Xiu clan. Behind them, the 10 supreme commanders slowly walked over. The Heavenly Cultivator secret realm is one of the most important secret realms of the Xiu clan. I hope you won't disappoint us this time. Venerable Black and Red joined forces with the Xiu clan leader to open the Heavenly Cultivator secret realm. Rumble. A violent aura emanated from the secret realm. Fang Chen's group of 10 entered one by one. Huala. A white light flashed before his eyes, and Fang Chen felt that he had appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is the Heaven Cultivation Mystic Realm? Fang Chen did not think that there was anything in the Heaven Cultivation Mystic Realm that attracted him. His goal was very simple, to kill the 6 great traitors. I didn't expect us to be separated. Fang Chen felt a little helpless. It would be very troublesome if he had to search alone. The Heaven Cultivation Mystic Realm was very big. After a few days, Fang Chen finally walked out of a mountain range. He stood on a peak in front of the mountain range and looked down at the ground. I wonder where the 6 of them are, Fang Chen said. Just then, a black shadow appeared in the sky. Hey! Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked over. An energy fluctuation came from afar. Totem shadow? Isn't that Old Monster Spring Autumn? Fang Chen recognized Old Monster Spring Autumn's totem shadow. Soon, he saw Old Monster Spring Autumn's face clearly. Someone is chasing after him. Old Monster Spring Autumn used his totem technique to escape from danger. However, The person behind him was still chasing after him. It seemed like he would not give up until he killed him. That is, after seeing that person, Fang Chen smiled evilly. He had searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Wasn't this the purpose of his trip? Old monster Spring-Autumn, you can't escape. The 7th Supreme Commander laughed eerily. At the same time, he punched Old Monster Spring-Autumn's totem shadow. The latter's body fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Old Monster Spring-Autumn's body almost collapsed. His bones were shattered, and he was on the verge of death. 1 step, 2 steps. The 7th Supreme Commander approached Old Monster Spring-Autumn, who looked at him with resentment. You, Old Monster Spring-Autumn spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. Forget it. If I die, I die. Damn it, I will die in the hands of a despicable person like you. Old Monster Spring-Autumn roared into the sky. Die. The 7th Supreme Commander stretched out his hand and grabbed Old Monster Spring-Autumn's head. Bang! At this critical moment, a sword light burst out from afar. Following that, a miserable cry came from the 7th Supreme Commander's mouth. His other hand hugged his broken arm. Pain spread throughout his body, and blood spurted out from the wound. Hey! Someone saved me? Old Monster Spring-Autumn was puzzled. He turned his head to look. Why is it him? Old Monster Spring-Autumn's emotions were complicated. He did not expect the person who saved him to be Fang Chen. It's you. The 7th Supreme Commander also noticed Fang Chen. He endured the pain and said coldly, "Boom." Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the 7th Supreme Commander opened his palm. A grey aura appeared in front of him and covered him. Let's go. The 7th Supreme Commander was ready to escape. Where are you going? With a bang, Fang Chen kicked the 7th Supreme Commander away. What are you doing? The 7th Supreme Commander looked at Fang Chen in horror and kept retreating. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Whoosh. The sword Qi decapitated the 7th Commander-in-Chief, cleanly killing him. Are you okay? Without even looking at the 7th Supreme Commander, Sumo turned his head and asked. Old Monster Spring-Autumn woke up from his shock. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine. Thank you. Fang Chen waved his hand. In fact, there was no enmity between the two of them. Back then, they had fought for the position of Supreme Commander. Besides, Old Monster Spring-Autumn was not a traitor. Fang Chen would not attack him. Old Monster Spring-Autumn thought that Fang Chen had come to save him. He was touched. The journey to the Heavenly Cultivation Mystery Land will not be peaceful. Be careful. If you encounter other Supreme Commanders, it's best to take a detour, Fang Chen reminded him. Old Monster Spring-Autumn nodded and said, I owe you a favor. With that, Old Monster Spring-Autumn disappeared into the void. Not bad. Fang Chen smiled. After killing one, there were 6 left. I have to find a way to lure them out. The 10 Supreme Commanders were scattered all over the Heavenly Cultivation Mystery Land, looking for the inheritance treasure. Meanwhile, in a certain dark place, the 5 commanders were gathered together. Why isn't Old 7th here yet? He knows this place. He will definitely come. Could Old 7th have been killed by Fang Chen? Impossible. The Heavenly Cultivation Mystery Land is so big. After entering, we will be separated. How could we encounter Fang Chen so easily? The 5 Supreme Commanders waited anxiously. However, at this moment, a piece of news spread. Have you heard? The 6th Supreme Commander said as he hurried back to the dark place. I fought with a demonic beast and learned a secret from it. What? The other 4 looked at the 6th Supreme Commander. A supreme true treasure has appeared on Heavenly Cultivation Mountain. Hearing this, the 4 Supreme Commanders were all tempted. After looking at each other, the 6th Supreme Commander asked, What do you think? I think we can put the killing of Fang Chen aside. It won't be too late to deal with him after we get the supreme true treasure on Heavenly Cultivation Mountain. Plus, he might have heard something and is likely to go to Heavenly Cultivation Mountain. That's right. The supreme true treasure is important. On the path of martial arts, the most important thing was to increase one's strength. In the hearts of the 6 supreme commanders, strength was the most important thing. Killing Fang Chen came second. Let's go to Heavenly Cultivation Mountain. In the center of the Heavenly Cultivation Mystery Land, on Heavenly Cultivation Mountain, Fang Chen gently stroked the head of a lion and said, "How is it?" "Don't worry. I have followed your request and spread the news of the supreme treasure here," the lion said. Lion said, "I have many subordinates. One of my subordinates just sent back the news that a human warrior fought with him and learned about the situation here from him." Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. You have done well. If you succeed this time, you will be greatly rewarded." The lion smiled greedily and said, "As long as I can enter the demon ceiling tower to cultivate with the senior beasts." After the lion was conquered by Fang Chen, it was amazed by the cultivation illusion of the demon ceiling tower, as well as the 3-eyed bear king, the 9-feathered sky sparrow, the demon tiger and beast, and many other powerful beasts. It was very eager to enter the demon ceiling tower. Chapter 25-24. After waiting for 7 days, someone finally came to Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. The 8th commander. It was the 8th commander. He wasn't within Fang Chen's kill range. First commander. The 8th commander cupped his fists. "Are you here for the supreme true treasure of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain too?" Fang Chen grinned. "You can leave now. There is no supreme true treasure in Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. I was the one who spread the news." "Huh?" The 8th commander was confused. Among the 10 commanders, someone betrayed the Xiu family. The opening of Heavenly Cultivator Secret Land is to clean up the family, Fang Chen explained simply. The 8th commander didn't believe Fang Chen. Was this guy trying to fool him so that he could get the supreme true treasure alone? Seeing that the 8th commander wasn't leaving, Fang Chen didn't bother to say anything more. He closed his eyes. The 8th commander pondered for a while. Finally, he walked to another place and started to look for supreme true treasures. After 3 days, the 5 commanders arrived at the foot of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. "We have arrived at Heavenly Cultivator Mountain." The 5 raised their heads and looked at the towering Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. They were excited. "Hey! Someone is up there. It seems to be the 8th commander. Humph, let's take the chance to kill him. Hoo hoo hoo." At this moment, the 9th commander arrived. "Everyone." The 9th commander-in-chief stopped and greeted the 5 of them. "Kill." The 5 didn't hesitate. They attacked at lightning speed. The 9th commander was caught off guard and was severely injured. "You guys." The 9th commander roared in anger. He dragged his battered body and rushed to the peak of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. "You can't escape." The cold shouts of the 5 people came from behind. "Shio." A beam of sword light forced the 5 people who were chasing after the 9th commander to retreat. It bought some time for the 9th commander to escape to Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. First commander. The 9th commander asked for help. At this moment, the 8th commander walked over. He was shocked when he saw the scene. "What's going on?" Before he could finish asking, the 5 of them arrived at Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. "You are here too." When the 5 of them saw Fang Chen, they were a little surprised, but they quickly calmed down. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen mockingly. "Since you're here, you've saved us some trouble." The 8th commander-in-chief's heart trembled, and his pupils shrank. He finally believed what Fang Chen had said. "Take good care of the 9th commander. Today, I'm going to kill a dog," Fang Chen said domineeringly. The 8th commander-in-chief supported the 9th commander-in-chief and walked to the side, trying not to disturb Fang Chen. "Brat, do you really think you're the #1 commander? In our eyes, you're just a joke. 6 of the 10 great commanders have betrayed the Xiu family. It seems that the power behind you all is truly omnipotent," Fang Chen said indifferently. "Mph, what's the point of saying all this when you're about to die? Aren't you going to ask where the 7th commander went?" Fang Chen's words caused the 5 people's expressions to change drastically. "Are you the one who killed the 7th commander?" The 2nd commander-in-chief glared at Fang Chen, the aura around him fluctuating. "Who do you think spread the news of a supreme true treasure appearing in Heavenly Cultivator Mountain?" Fang Chen sneered, looking at them as if they were idiots. Are you baiting us? You finally know? You're not too stupid, Fang Chen joked. The 5 of them sneered. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Fang Chen shrugged and said, the consequences are that all 5 of you will die here. Fang Chen, you think too highly of yourself. I admit that we are no match for you alone, but if the 5 of us work together, we won't even be afraid of a true Shenzhen realm elite, let alone you. That's right. Today, we'll cut you into pieces. The 5 of them were filled with murderous intent. Fang Chen shook his head. It seemed that the 5 of them had forgotten the battle where he had defeated Commander Kai Xin. However, to the 5 of them, that attack was indeed powerful, but how many times could Fang Chen perform it? Especially the last shocking attack. They didn't believe that Fang Chen could perform it casually. Indeed, as they had guessed, a single attack from the virtual demon tiger and beast would consume a lot of energy. After that, he would need a long time to recuperate. However, they had guessed wrong about the recovery time of the demon tiger and beast. Moreover, besides the demon tiger and beast, there was still the 9-feathered sky sparrow. Do it. The second commander-in-chief scolded in a deep voice. Suddenly, the 5 of them worked together and formed a joint battle formation. Rumble. A berserk power was emitted from the battle formation. The power of the 5 of them suddenly increased to a new level. Interesting. Fang Chen's eyes lit up, and he murmured. This joint battle formation was able to increase the cultivation of the 5 of them by a level in a short period of time. In other words, the 5 of them were originally in the mystic light realm, but now they had reached the mystic true realm. Whoosh! Fang Chen felt a trace of danger approaching, so he opened the demon sealing tower without hesitation. Roar! The virtual demon tiger and beast attacked again with all his strength. Dong! The space twisted, and the sky changed color. How is this possible? The 5 of them cried out when they saw this. Crack! The joint battle formation that they were so proud of was instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the demon tiger and beast returned to the demon sealing tower. This attack had used up all of its energy, so it needed to rest. Although it didn't kill the 5 of them, it was enough. The demon tiger and beast's attack had broken the joint battle formation of the 5 of them, and their cultivation had dropped from the mystic true realm to the mystic light realm. This way, Fang Chen could kill them all by himself. Whoosh! The 15th move of the Shura sword technique was executed, and the 6th commander's head instantly exploded. Then, Fang Chen attacked the 5th commander. Attack together. Don't act alone, the 2nd commander-in-chief yelled in panic. However, it was too late. Fang Chen's attack was too strong. Without the joint battle formation, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Poochie. In the blink of an eye, 4 of them had been killed by Fang Chen. Only the 2nd commander was left. Damn it. The 2nd commander panicked. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. A talisman in his hand was instantly activated. Flames shot into the sky and enveloped the 2nd commander. Too weak. The talisman that the 2nd commander used to save his life was too weak in Fang Chen's eyes. He saw the fatal weakness of the talisman with one glance. He executed the Shura sword technique and the hidden star sword pierced through the flames and into the 2nd commander's head. Crack! The 6 great commanders had all fallen. Master will not let you go. The 2nd commander's angry roar could be heard in the air. He flicked the tip of his sword and took away their Sumeru rings. Then, he looked at the 8th and 9th commanders. All right, I've killed the traitor. This trip to the Heavenly Cultivator secret realm is over. It's up to you whether you want to leave or stay, Fang Chen said. Thank you for your help, 1st commander. The 9th commander cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he looked at the 8th commander and made the decision to leave. We'll take our leave first. Watching the 2 commanders leave, Fang Chen was in a good mood. The task given to him by the Xiu clan leader had been completed. This also meant that he could go to the Tianqing clan. Soon, he would be able to see his wife, the star and moon. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and was extremely excited. Just as he was about to leave, the mysterious Heaven Cone-Nail's weapon spirit suddenly reminded him. Master, there seems to be something special in this heavenly cultivator mountain. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and his eyes flickered. Are you saying that there really is a supreme true treasure in Heavenly Cultivator Mountain? Fang Chen asked. There had always been such a legend in the Heavenly Cultivator secret realm. However, no one knew if it was true or not. Fang Chen did not care too much. He entered the Heavenly Cultivator secret realm just to clean up the mess. After the weapon spirit's reminder, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. He seemed to have thought of something. I can feel that there seems to be a familiar fluctuation inside Heavenly Cultivator Mountain, but I'm not sure. The weapon spirit muttered. Fang Chen was even more tempted. Anyway, he had completed the task. He was not in a hurry. Maybe he could really get a supreme true treasure. It would be very beneficial to his strength improvement. Let's look around and see if we can find it. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen made a decision. Heavenly Cultivator Mountain is like a hole. There is a faint layer of halo covering it. I can't find the entrance to the underground. After checking, Fang Chen exclaimed. Chapter 25-25. The Heavenly Cultivation Secret Realm was one of the most powerful secret realms of the Xiu family in Azure Luo Heaven. Many of the higher-ups of the Xiu family came out from the Heavenly Cultivation Secret Realm. In the beginning, Fang Chen and the others did not think much of the Heavenly Cultivation Secret Realm. He was only there to complete his mission. Now that the 6 great commanders were all killed, he had completed his mission perfectly. At this time, the mysterious Heaven Cone-Nail's weapon spirit suddenly told him that there was a high possibility that a true supreme true treasure existed on Heavenly Cultivation Mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was stirred. If he could really obtain a supreme true treasure, that would be great. Thinking of this, Fang Chen searched carefully and seriously. After a long while, he did not find anything. Heavenly Cultivation Mountain was like a single entity. He did not find anything. Strange, why do I feel that it's vaguely familiar? Fang Chen sat on a piece of bluestone and muttered to himself. The entire Heavenly Cultivation Mountain is like a single entity. It seems to be quite similar to the Formation Dao. Suddenly, Fang Chen patted his head and thought of this. That's right, why didn't he think of it? The contents of the 3,000 scrolls of Formation Dao appeared in his mind. I see. After a while, a smile of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. The 3,000 scrolls of Formation Dao hid some peerless formations. The description of one of the peerless formations was similar to Heavenly Cultivation Mountain. The more flawless it is, the more suspicious it is. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was delighted. He began to use the contents of the 3,000 scrolls of Formation Dao to crack the formation. After about 3 days, Fang Chen finally found the origin of the formation. He was amazed. The person who set up the formation is really amazing. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. This peerless formation had a total of 8 formation bases. Most importantly, the 8 formation bases were gathered together and were not separated. This went against the principles of the Formation Dao. However, this was a real thing. Moreover, what made Fang Chen exclaim was that the core of this formation was also together with the 8 formation bases. When Fang Chen used the formation to break through the layers of fog and saw the core of the formation, he was even more flabbergasted. He swore that this was the most amazing formation he had ever seen. There was actually such a strange formation in the world. He sighed at his own inferiority. If I didn't have the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao, I wouldn't have been able to find the center of the array. Having this thought, Fang Chen waved his hand, causing a strong aura of Formation Dao to spread out. Rip! The core of the formation was gradually controlled by Fang Chen. Open! With a low shout, the core of the formation and the 8 formation bases separated and floated in the sky. Hoo hoo hoo! Fang Chen stripped the peerless array that enveloped Mount Tianxiu. Go in. Without even thinking, Fang Chen directly entered Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. Soon, he arrived at the interior of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. It was as if he was one with it, forming a space of its own. It had a unique aura that gave people a sense of oppression. Is this the interior of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain? Fang Chen said to himself. Master, that familiar aura is even clearer. The mysterious heaven cone nail's perception confirmed one point. There should be a supreme true treasure inside Heavenly Cultivator Mountain. What's that? Just as Fang Chen was looking around, he found a skeleton in front of him. The skeleton sat cross-legged on a futon with its palms together. It seemed to be a Buddhist. Fang Chen quickly walked to the skeleton. In an instant, a dazzling light was emitted from the skeleton. Buzz! A golden aura appeared behind the skeleton's head. Fang Chen exclaimed. The skeleton had shown its spirit. Could it be that the supreme true treasure was really here? The skeleton's body emitted a vast aura that wrapped around Fang Chen as if it wanted to see through his entire body. After a while, the golden light behind the skeleton's head dissipated, and the skeleton returned to normal. Then, Fang Chen heard a sigh. Sigh. The voice came from the skeleton. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little surprised. He could feel that the skeleton's body contained an extremely powerful force. If he guessed correctly, the skeleton must have been an ultimate honorable when it was alive. It was even very likely that it had 1 foot in the legendary ancient god level. It's not suitable. Traces of divine consciousness fluctuations were transmitted from the skeleton's mind. After Fang Chen heard it, his expression changed and he frowned. But soon, he realized that the skeleton's words were directed at him. In other words, he was not the most suitable candidate for the inheritance to the skeleton. Thinking of this, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly and prepared to leave. However, a string of black beads suddenly appeared in the skeleton's palm. What's this? Fang Chen was attracted by the black beads. He stopped and stretched out his palm to take the black beads. Dong! There was a vibration, and a shocking power erupted from the black beads. Fang Chen had an illusion in his mind. He saw an ancient battle scene. 2 peerless experts were fighting fiercely. One of them was a Buddhist cultivator. He was holding a string of black Buddhist beads in his hand and was chanting a secret technique of the Buddhist sect. Just by looking at the battle scene, one could tell that both of them were ultimate honorables. In the beginning, both of them were evenly matched. After fighting for about 15 minutes, the Buddhist cultivator suddenly infused his power into the black Buddhist beads. Suddenly, an extremely violent power surged out, shattering the void in an instant. Oh no! The other ultimate Venerable cursed in his heart. He flashed and quickly fled. A black power was released from the black Buddhist beads. It pierced through the void and severely injured the ultimate honorable. Poochie. In the void, blood spurted out. The ultimate honorable fled the scene despite being injured. The Buddhist put the black beads away and put his palms together. His face was slightly pale. Golden Buddha Honorable. Fang Chen's eyes widened and he cried out. Golden Buddha Honorable was famous in the chaos void. Tens of billions of years ago, Golden Buddha Honorable could be said to have run amok in the world. Unexpectedly, there was Golden Buddha Honorable's inheritance in the Heaven Cultivation Secret Land. Looking at the black Buddhist beads in his hand, Fang Chen felt a little enlightened. Could this string of black Buddhist beads be the one he saw in the shocking battle just now? Is this a supreme true treasure? Fang Chen was ecstatic. Although Golden Buddha Honorable's inheritance was not suitable for him, he still got the black beads. It seems that activating the black beads can release a powerful force. Fang Chen infused his own power into the black pearl and immediately felt a heart-palpitating power. So powerful. At the same time, a huge amount of information emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Golden Buddha beads. Fang Chen said. In an instant, Fang Chen knew the origin of this string of black beads and the identity of the skeleton in front of him. Fang Chen guessed correctly. This skeleton was Golden Buddha Honorable, a Buddhist expert who was famous in the chaos void tens of billions of years ago. Golden Buddha Honorable was also an ultimate venerable. He was so powerful that he was the most powerful person in the history of Buddhism. The string of black beads in his hand was called the Golden Buddha beads. It was a Dharma treasure that Golden Buddha Honorable used when he became a Buddha. With Golden Buddha Honorable's voice, there was a strong Buddhist mind power in it. Once it was activated, the power released was comparable to a full blow from a mysterious realm expert. Good stuff. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim as he played with the golden Buddha beads carefully. Then, he bowed to Golden Buddha Honorable. Thank you, Golden Buddha Honorable, for giving me the golden Buddha beads. Golden Buddha Honorable's inheritance was not suitable for him, but it was not easy to come here. This was probably a reward from Golden Buddha Honorable. Unfortunately, the golden Buddha beads could only be used once. Once it released its internal power, it had to be recharged. Fang Chen was not a Buddhist, so he could not recharge it. Therefore, he could not use it again after using it once. Once I use the golden Buddha beads, I can at least escape from a mysterious realm expert. Fang Chen said. He collected his thoughts and put away the golden Buddha beads. Then, he took a step out and left the interior of Heavenly Cultivator Mountain, appearing on the peak of the mountain. Buzz. A breeze blew past and blew on Fang Chen's cheeks. The latter seemed to be enjoying it. I can leave now. After obtaining the golden Buddha beads, he knew that he would not be able to obtain Golden Buddha Honorable's inheritance no matter how hard he tried. Therefore, he might as well give it up to avoid wasting time. Moreover, he had completed his task and it was time to leave.